Council chambers, we are just turning the web streaming on. We will be live in 30 seconds. We're ready to go, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of TD6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, and Dakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I will do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning, everyone.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Happy Daylight Savings Time.
Nice to see everyone, that everyone is here. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton, can I ask you to do that, please?
Yes, I will move that the March 14th, 16th, 2022 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of 6.1 Regional Transit Service Commission update, 6.8 2021 Edmonton election noncompliance in relation to campaign disclosure statement, 9.3 Edmonton Police Commission recruitment process private pursuant to sections 17 and 24, etc. 9.4 intergovernmental update verbal report, and replacement pay reports attachment. Item 5, request to reschedule reports. 5.3, capital project profile for bridge rehabilitation options. 5.4, alternative landscape options for boulevard and turf. 5.5, connect Edmonton next steps. 6.3, capital financial update for December 31st, 2021. And 8, motions pending. 8.4, drainage pond turf maintenance. Councillor Principe. And I believe that is it.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor, was Cartmel, right? Councillor Cartmel. Here we go. All right, please. Any questions on the adoption of the agenda? Call the vote, please.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Jans?
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Adoption of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move the adoption of the minutes from the following meetings: the February 22nd and 24th, 2022 City Council meeting, the February 23rd, 2022 Special City Council meeting, February 23rd, 2022 City Council public hearing, and the March 8th, 2022 Special City Council meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel seconded it. Any questions? Seeing none, call the vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Display the votes, please.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. I do have number of protocol items, and I'll start with the nice ones. All of them are nice, actually. I'll start with the ones that are we actually seeing here in our City Hall, Chamber Hall, right? And I would like to welcome Dr. Leela Fellman, grade 4 class, with their teacher, Tracy Piote, Ward Epicocnipiaste. They're live streaming on with us today. And also we have George P. Nicholson, grade 6 class, with their teacher, Shandell Schweitzer, Ward Epicocnipiaste, via live stream. We also have, in person, St. Angela, grade 5-6 class, with their teacher, Danielle Clark, Ward Anilnik. They are attending here. We can see them in the Chamber Hall. And welcome to all of you. And we have one more item, protocol item, and I was honored to attend the United Way Red Tie Gala last Thursday and help celebrate those who work hard all year to help build a supportive community for all Edmontonians. The City of Edmonton Campaign Committee was nominated for 4 awards: Campaign Committee of the Year, Education and Engagement, Everyday Hero, and Committee Member of the Year, who was Ruth Wong Miller. The city won for Everyday Hero Award this year for a targeted campaign that demonstrated how far donations could go and leveraging the Edmonton Community Foundation matching grant. The City of Edmonton and United Way have worked together for a number of years to help build a better city through investment in early childhood development, financial empowerment, and health and wellness supports for those who need them the most. The City of Edmonton is proud to be a supporter of the United Way, and we could not do this work without the support of our employees. I would like to recognize them today. First and foremost, I want to thank all of the City of Edmonton employees who generously donated to our United Way campaign. Whether you were the first time or a repeat donor, you have helped us raise over $240,000 for the United Way of Alberta campaign region. 1,200 pieces of winter outerwear through our Coats for Kids and Families drive, and 22,000 kilograms of food and $6,500 for Edmonton's food bank through our ETS Stuff a Bus campaign. We are fortunate to have many employees who have volunteered their time to organize and follow through on our fundraising goal in what has been a very hard 2 years for everyone. I want to recognize all employees who volunteered and worked so hard to keep this campaign going. On the steering committee, working committee, and site coordinator team, I want to acknowledge them. Katrin Owen, Ryan Barkway, Aaron Gallagher, Ruth Wong Miller, Andrea Bellis, Bruce Ferguson, Carrie Bluwin, David Hillis, Eduardo Sosa, Elvie Benedetto, Emma Chong, Ho Quach, Rebecca Vischer, Rhonda Norman, Roxanne Piper, Rosemary Heyer, Catherine Cooney, Christine Kazing, Shelby Briggs, Angie Blades, Brendan Barnes, Darwin Lee, Marvin Baviak, Tammy Gray Dennis, Trisha Carlton, Jocelyn Bears, Manpreet Kaur, Taryn Ma, R.J. Forbes, Abdul Wahid, Alana Barclay, Brent Jans, Derek McNally, Eric Isaac, Fola Ohami, Jenna Priest, Madison Og, Marianne Overko, Tabitha Lenz, Yoan Yu, Ashley Goff, Curtis Haroxe. I commend your efforts to foster a culture of generosity at the City of Edmonton. I would also like to acknowledge the United Way of Alberta Capital Region representative joining us today. Jamie Dempsley, Portfolio Lead for Workplace Fundraising. Brent Goodinger, Director, Workplace Solutions, and Robbie Yeager, the CEO of United Way. Thank you to all of you for your support during the campaign. Our executive sponsor, Carton Owen, will be leaving this role after leading this work at the City of Edmonton for the past 2 years. Our co-sponsor, Ryan Barkway, will be taking the helm. Catherine will continue her work with United Ways as a member of the United Way Board of Directors. I would like to thank her for leadership and service to the City of Edmonton campaign and invite her to say a few words on behalf of the committee and city employees. So, Catherine?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to echo your words about our city employees. I have thoroughly enjoyed my time as executive sponsor, and I'm incredibly proud to have worked alongside this extended team of United Way champions in these particularly challenging couple of years. When city employees are confronted with challenges, we pull together and we summon our creativity, our courage, and our compassion. And we do this because we take our corporate promise to make life better for all Edmontonians very seriously. We live that every day. This impressive group shifted from in-person events to virtual ones, and still we managed, as you mentioned, Your Worship, to collect a staggering amount of both financial and in-kind donations, like the winter coat for families who desperately needed them during this very cold winter. You communicated, team, the need for donations and in-kind support to your colleagues and generated interest and excitement in this year's campaign in spite of the obstacles we were facing. I continue to be blown away by the generosity of all of the City of Edmonton employees who've made our United Way campaign a success through their generous giving. City employees have surpassed our expectations and helped us meet our goals despite all the competing demands on their time and personal resources. And I want to emphasize how much I and all the campaign volunteers appreciate that kindness and selflessness. It is our city family members who have shown every day that we truly have strength in numbers. This city team is the embodiment of a relationship-based city. Thank you, Your Worship, for the opportunity to speak on behalf of this amazing team. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Catherine, and thank you so much for your work. And can we give a big, big round of applause to all of our City of Edmonton employees for the United Way campaign? Thank you, everyone. Any other protocol items? I don't have any notice of, so thank you so much. Now we go into items to select for debate. And Councillor Knack, and could you just go slowly,
Absolutely.
please, because we have a lot of
Absolutely.
items.
For you, anything.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
I'm going to select items 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.6, and we have to select 9.2, 9.4,
9.2, 9.4.
and I think that was all on my list.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. I will select 613 and 9.1.
613 and 9.1.
That's it for me, thanks.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I'd like to select 6.7, 6.9, 6.10,
Just hold on. 6.7.
6.9,
Yeah.
6.10,
Yep.
6.11, and 6.12.
And 6.12.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I would just like to select item 7.8, please.
7.8. Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to confirm, 9.3 had been selected?
No, it's not.
9.3 has not been. Nope.
I'll select 9.3. And could I just confirm why that one is in private? I didn't believe that there was any personal information that was being shared for this update.
Oh, excuse me, that's my report that I'm bringing forward, and we want to talk about the recruitment strategy, and before we release that publicly, we need to get direction from council. There's also multiple steps that have not yet been embarked upon, because we're waiting direction from council.
Okay, sounds great. I want us to select 7.2 just for voting purposes, please.
So you're selecting 9.3, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yep.
And sorry, 7.2.
2 just for voting purposes.
7.2. Got it. Okay.
Thank you. That's everything that hasn't already been selected.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe.
I will choose 7.11, please.
7.11. Thank you.
Yeah, and
Anything?
that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice.
I would like to select, I think, 6.12 already selected, right? And also 7.7, 7.8, 7.12. I believe 7.8 selected as well. So this is my selected 6.12, 7.7, 7.12.
So 6.12, which is already exempted, and then 7.7, 7.8, which has been already selected, and 7.12, Councillor Rice, right?
Yes, 7.12, yes.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Want to see if we have, well, yeah, can someone move the balance of the reports? Councillor Knack?
So moved?
Second?
Second by Councillor Cartmel. Any questions on the voting for the balance of the reports? I see none. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So, Madam Clerk, can you read back what we have accomplished?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So this morning, Council has approved the following request to reschedule reports. 5.1, Edmonton Police Service Funding Formula Policy C604 will be coming back to Executive Committee on May 18th. 5.2, Council's Code of Conduct Lessons Learned will be coming back in Q2 of 2022. 5.3, Capital Project Profile for Bridge Rehabilitation will be coming back April 13th to Executive Committee. 5.4, Alternative Landscape Options for Boulevards and Turf will be coming to Community and Public Services Committee March 21st. 5.5, Connect Edmonton Next Steps will also be coming to the May 16th Community and Public Services Committee meeting. City Council has also approved the following reports without discussion. 6.4, Approval of Expropriation Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Program. 6.5,
Sorry, Madam Clerk, I was busy accepting reports from other exemptions, but I forgot to exempt the item I needed to exempt, which was 6.5.
Okey doke, so can we undo?
I'm so sorry.
No, it's all good. Can we just recall the vote, please, on the omnibus, and we'll select that one?
If you don't mind, Councillor Knack.
So moved.
I am so sorry, I just,
Second.
okay, recall the vote, please, or vote to recall. Right, so. Okay,
Councillor Jans? So the vote has been recalled?
Yeah.
Carried 13-0.
okay, thank you,
Would you
everyone.
now like to vote on?
I would like to exempt 6.5.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now we need to vote again on the balance? Or
Yes, please, because we've actually
Yeah,
just undone
Councillor
what we
Knack?
did, yeah.
move the balance of the items?
Yeah, I will move the balance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. All right, thank you so much. Okay, now back to
Okay,
reading
thank
back
you.
what
So
we-
council
yeah.
did approve 6.4, but Mayor Sohi, apologies, you did select 6.5. Just over the page, 6.8, the 2021 Edmonton election non-compliance in relation to campaign disclosure statements has been received for information. And all 4 private reports have been selected. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Request to speak? None. Request per specific time on the agenda. They have been already approved as part of the agenda approval, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cartmell.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So these bounced around a little bit, so try to do this expeditiously. So I will move second reading of 7.1, 7.4, 7.6, 7.9, and 7.10.
Okay,
Second.
thank you. So second reading has been moved on those bylaws. Any questions? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of 7.1. Pardon me, I'll do this properly. Third and final reading of Bylaw 19978. Third and final reading of Bylaw 19981. Third and final reading of Bylaw 19982. Third and final reading of Bylaw 19979. And third and final reading of Bylaw 19980.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Final reading on these bylaws. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Vote is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of Bylaw 20031,
20073.
item 7.2.
Two.
Second.
That was,
As select.
so it's second by Councillor Neck? Or just voting purposes, yeah, of course, yep. Okay. All right, any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of item 7.3.
First reading for 7.3,
Second.
second by Councillor Knack. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 7.3.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Knack seconded. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of item 7.3.
Thank
Second.
you. Councillor Knack seconded it. Consideration for third reading. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
That is, oops, display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 20033.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Knack seconded it. Final reading. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I will move first reading of Bylaw 20036.
Second.
Ready for first reading only. Councillor Knack seconded it. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And that's all I have, Mayor Sohi. The rest have been accepted.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Really appreciate that. Okay. Any councillor inquiries? There are?
Yeah, we're just loading up the speakers queue. We believe we have one.
Okay. Councillor Tang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an inquiry. Can administration please provide a status update on the use of the hate symbols provisions in Bylaw 14614, Public Places Bylaw, including how many times we have ticketed and under what circumstances, how implementation has been going overall, any challenges frontline workers are finding, any issues with the threshold to enforcement, how we are coordinating with EPS and any associated challenges to ensure consistency in enforcement. It's due November 2022.
Okay.
And if I may just provide a short preamble.
I don't think we provide preambles for inquiries at, do we, Madam Clerk?
Actually, the bylaw does permit very short preambles, but we will not include it in the minutes.
Okay.
Perhaps we could, if it's okay with you, we could set the timer for 1 minute.
Yeah, please, Councillor Tang, go ahead. 1 minute.
Sounds good. So this bylaw is extremely important to our efforts to create a more welcoming, inclusive, and safe city. And council made that clear when the bylaw passed in November. So that's why we need to make sure it's working the way we all hope, and why I want a check-in to make sure that the bylaw remains effective and to also potentially identify some gaps for improvement. particularly consistency between our community standards and the police service. There were some concerns when we originally debated this regarding the parameters and enforcement, that we need to take a situation-based approach to assess and enforce. So this inquiry will give us some data to look at and to make sure it's having the impact intended. I know we're not voting on this, but I hope we can all follow this inquiry so we can continue to monitor and expand this important work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tank. So inquiry is made. Any further inquiries? I see none. Reports to be dealt with a different meeting, none. All right, now we are going into our first item, 6.1, Regional Transit Service Commission update, our first item of the business. And I will actually go to Councillor Knack to make some opening remarks probably on this and introduce the item as well.
Sure. Well, I'll be very quick because we are fortunate to have an excellent delegation in front of us. But I just wanted to introduce it, reading one quick paragraph from a report back in 2016 called Be Ready or Be Left Behind. Right at the start in the public transit section, it talks about public transit as a crucial cornerstone for developing a globally competitive region. However, citizens in the metro region currently experience a patchwork of multiple public transit networks operated by each municipality. This results in regional inefficiencies and higher costs as the region develops. It also inhibits those citizens who would choose public transit, thereby failing to maximize the environmental and other benefits that intermunicipal transit can realize. This report then talked about looking to establish regional transit as a way for us to be a more competitive region. And so there's been a lot of work over many, many years. This started quite a few years ago in my first term, actually. Councillor Michael Walters and former Councillor Walters and former Mayor Don Iveson were doing a lot of the work from the City of Edmonton's perspective, along with some incredible work from city staff. And this originally started with the City of St. Albert, so we're very fortunate to have Mayor Kathy Heron and Councillor Wes Broadhead, who were also very instrumental in a lot of this work over the years. And so we have folks from around the region here today, but I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Broadhead as the chair of the Edmonton Metro Transit Services Commission to get us started.
All right, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Knack, and what a privilege it is to be here this morning to be able to give you a brief update on the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Service Commission. Mayor Sohi, thank you so much, councillors, those online and in person. Let me just, I'd also like to introduce in chambers the Vice Chair, Councillor Finstad from the City of Leduc, the CEO of the Transit Commission, Mr. Paul Jankowski, and at the end, the CEO of Edmonton Global, Malcolm Bruce, people that no doubt you already know. But anyway, let me get going. It is a privilege to be given the opportunity this morning to speak briefly about the history of the creation of the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Services Commission. And if we advance to the next slide, we'll see the timeline before you. Now, I'm not going to talk about every touchstone on this particular slide. However, I will touch base on a couple. The first date that I want to talk about is actually not even on the slide, and that year is 2008. The year that the provincial government established the Capital Region Board, the precursor to the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, which currently exists. I mentioned the CRB because the province provided 3 specific mandates to the board: regional land use planning, regional graphical information systems, regional transportation planning. Regional transportation planning included a master plan for public transit within the region. Then, Councillor Don Iveson was the first chair of the CRB Transit Committee, and over the next number of years, various studies and reports were written in support of a regional transit and transportation master plan. Fast forward to 2014, noted on the slide, and one of the last initial studies written for the CRB Transit Committee was the Inter-Municipal Transit Governance Study produced by the consultant firm KMPG. The report listed a couple of options for establishing a regional transit operating entity, defining a very basic governance structure that would support each option. Truthfully, I have to tell you, the report did not land well. The report raised as many questions as it answered. Nonetheless, it did create a vision of a regional transit system that could transform how public transit services could be provided. One option listed in the report was that Edmonton and St. Albert could work together to form one transit operating entity that would serve both communities. In 2016, both the councils of Edmonton and St. Albert passed motions to explore what would be required to make such a singular transit operating entity possible. In September of 2016, the outcome of this work led to the signing of a memorandum of understanding between Edmonton and St. Albert to begin taking the steps to develop a regional transit system. The MOU, which we called at the time this organizational chassis, was written with the intent that all municipalities within the Edmonton region could join, should they choose to do so. In fact, in October of 2018, all 13 members that comprised the new Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board signed on to work through the issues needed to resolve to enable the creation of a transit commission. These 13 municipalities applied to the provincial government for the grant to cover the significant cost of building the business case. In 2019, the province, appreciating the merits of regional collaboration and cooperation in the provision of services like public transit, approved a grant of $3.7 million, which covered the entire cost of developing the business case. I recall Mayor Iveson leaning over to me and saying, "Wes, they gave us every dime that we asked for," simply because they saw the merits of the case. This work led over the years to 8 municipalities signing on to form the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Services Commission, the creation of which was approved by the province in January of last year. Now, Council, I've provided a very brief flyby of the creation of the Transit Commission. I could speak for hours on the topic because I've lived the process over the last 8 years, as has Councillor Knack and many others within the region. It has been a journey with many twists and turns. But the original vision of regional public transit services just as significant today as it was when the journey first started. The vision of a transit system that served the region without systemic barriers to inter-municipal travel, that provided an enhanced customer experience, that provided a more cost-effective way of providing needed public transit system, this vision lives. With your indulgence, I'll tell 2 quick stories that I think illustrate my point. First, Mayor Iveson and I were discussing transit services, and he described the need for Edmonton Transit to serve the Northwest Industrial Area, north of 137th Avenue and west of 156th Street. He described the need and the difficulty serving the area because the volume of the need and the difficulty serving the area simply did not meet the service provision standards at the time. My response to Mayor Iveson was simply, St. Albert has a bus that operates every hour between St. Albert and West Edmonton Mall on 170th Street. It would be easy for this bus to provide service to this area with only a minor deviation in the routing. All we need is an organization that's in place that can see the need and have the mandate to meet the need from a regional perspective. The second story I relate relates to specialized transit services. Now, I know that specialized transit services is far down the road in terms of the commission. However, I think the story speaks to the point. Back in 2010, 2011, a mobility-challenged transit user lived just south of Edmonton. And I do mean just south because he lived just across the municipal border. But it was outside of Edmonton. And he applied for DAT service. The ride was denied. By policy, this was the right answer. But when the story hit the media, the policy didn't withstand the political firefight. Common sense was asked to be brought to bear, and the gentleman was afforded his ride. Perhaps rightfully so. However, what was missed in the whole story was the fact that the Edmonton taxpayers subsidized each specialized ride at the time to the tune of between $25 and $30 per ride. Well, you might say, what's the big deal? The problem is, now where's the line drawn where transit service is provided and where it is not? How many rides should DATS offer outside the bounds of its municipal mandate at the cost to the Edmonton transit, or to the Edmonton taxpayer? Council, public transit is a service that provides not only economic benefits to the region, but provides a portion of our citizens with an opportunity to experience a quality of life that they just can't have without transit. Systemic barriers to the provision of this type of service need to be eliminated wherever and whenever possible. I need to get to the heart of this. The beauty of the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Service Commission is that we are the commission. This is not some external body imposing its will on our individual communities. We are the authors of our own transit destiny, and our citizens will benefit from our work. It's now my privilege to introduce to you just a short video that was created when the Transit Commission was formed last year. The message of why we work together, I believe, is evident. After the video, our commission CEO, Mr. Paul Jankowski, will pick up the presentation. Thank you. If we could go to the video.
The Regional Transit Service Commission has been approved. The RTSC will provide regional transit services in a cost-effective manner. And in the future, we'll move beyond traditional transit and provide regional mobility services within the Edmonton Metropolitan region.
8 municipalities in the region have come together with a shared goal of improving transit and mobility across our communities. And these 8 will form the core membership of the RTSC, which will serve as a key building block in the recovery of our region.
An elected official from each of the 8 member municipalities is serving on the board of the commission to provide direction and oversight. They are supported by a cross-municipality program team who bring their knowledge and expertise to the commission.
The joint application is now approved. The board will work with the CEO to stand up the commission over 2021, which will benefit the region when it comes to attracting people, jobs, and investment in our communities.
The old way of doing things is no longer an option. There has never been a more important time for municipalities in the region to come together and pool resources than now.
While ridership numbers have not yet rebounded to pre-pandemic levels, public transit remains an essential service to countless people across our communities that rely on transit every day. The purpose and vision of the RTSC extends far beyond the end of this pandemic and plans for a future of sustainable transit services in our region.
The RTSC will deliver a regional transit system that supports and enhances growth and regional connectivity in the Edmonton area. This connectivity allows for increased accessibility to regional destinations and increased opportunities for people to live, work, and play.
Residents, businesses, and the regional economy will benefit from an efficient and integrated transit system. The concept of a regional transit system has been studied and talked about for years.
Transit in our region must evolve to improve mobility, reduce congestion from automobiles, and to promote a sustainable future for transportation in our region.
Regional transit must be people-centric to meet higher expectations from current and future riders. For this service to be sustainable, it must effectively encourage the use of transit as an attractive alternative to driving.
The RTSC plans to roll out regional transit services in mid to late 2022 following a public consultation and transit planning process designed to meet the needs of current and future transit customers.
And other communities may be interested in joining in the future, and the board would be open to those discussions.
Regional transit will serve as the backbone of the capital region by connecting communities and supporting a stronger, greener, and more prosperous region. Transit planning and delivery will now go beyond the traditional commuter routes in and out of Edmonton.
The RTSC will bring together municipal transit services that will benefit all in the region.
The mission challenges us to think broader than conventional transit by allowing a variety of sustainable mobility options to best serve our region's people and communities.
The vision of the RTSC is an experience where you can go any place at any time in the way that you choose. This is the future of mobility, and customer service is at the heart of it. Services will be nimble and will be scaled to meet demand.
From on-demand service through regional express services through high-speed bus services, customers will have a more efficient way to reach their destination. The RTSC will form strong partnerships, amplify the voice of the region, and attract people and investment so we can join the ranks of other top Canadian cities. The RTSC will connect communities through a fast,
convenient, simple,
reliable,
efficient,
and affordable transit service
that seamlessly integrates
with other modes of transportation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mayor Sohi and members of council for the opportunity to present today. This is the seventh of 8 presentations that we've been delivering at all of our member municipal councils over the course of the last few months, and I'm very happy to be here. I think before we get into the bulk of the presentation, there are just a few other additional acknowledgements that I'd like to make. You saw in the video a number of the people that were instrumental in getting us to this current point, but since that video was presented, there have been some changes on our board, and Chair Broadhead spoke to some of the people that are present on the board. I just wanted to mention some of the other participants as well. You saw Councillor Justin Laurie, who's the chair of our Audit and Finance Committee from the town of Stony Plain. You saw on the video Councillor Gord Harris, who is the chair of our Human Resources and Compensation Committee from the city of Fort Saskatchewan. You saw Councillor Munkoff Swain from the city of Beaumont. You did see former Mayor Stuart Houston, now Councillor Stuart Houston from the city of Spruce Grove, who currently sits on our board, and most recently Councillor Ben Gronberg from the town of Devon has joined the board. So those are all the people that have been instrumental in terms of getting us here to this point today. In addition to that, I also wanted to acknowledge the contributions of a number of folks here within the city administration, and certainly City Manager Andre Corbu, along with his deputy city managers of operations and of planning, Gord Seabrick and Stephanie McCabe, have been instrumental over the course of the last number of months in terms of getting us to where we are today. Additionally, we've been working extensively, and for this I want to thank City Manager Corbu and his staff. We've been working with Carrie Houghton McDonald from the ETS services in terms of shaping what we anticipate will be the opening day service that I'll speak to. So our presentation today, while you've heard a lot of the justification that went into the creation of this organization and this vital commission, I will speak a little further to how we integrate the work of this commission with the other regional initiatives that are currently underway. And to that end, after I speak today, we also have Malcolm Bruce, the CEO of Edmonton Global, that will say a few words. And present in the gallery, we also have Karen Whitchuck, the CEO of the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, who together the three of us continue to work towards many of these initiatives to benefit all of the municipalities of the Edmonton Metropolitan Region. After Malcolm speaks, we will wrap up. I understand that Mayor Young from the city of Leduc is joining us virtually, and Mayor Young will have a few words, and we will wrap up with Mayor Heron from the city of St. Albert. So today I will speak to a little bit to the work that we are doing together with the other regional initiatives, but more importantly, I will focus on the work that we're engaging in terms of developing our approach to both regional service and local service. In the video, you saw a target date of late 2022, and I'll speak to the revised target date as well as we get through that. All of that will be wrapped up also in terms of my presentation of the remainder of the 2022 work plan that the board has approved going into this year. So if I can jump to the first content slide, I've spoken to this already a little bit. This is really the third initiative within a troika of current initiatives that continue to focus on the needs that have been identified both within the city of Edmonton and across the region. The Edmonton Metropolitan Region Growth Plan and the Integrated Transportation Master Plan that the EMRB has been focused on, and the Edmonton City Plan all focus on the need, or all acknowledge the need, that a vibrant and prosperous city and region require integrated transit systems to meet ridership and resident needs. The growth plan speaks to 6 interrelated policy areas, but front and foremost with regards to the subject matter that we are discussing today are economic competitiveness and employment, that policy area, along with regional transportation. And that is really what we're serving to deliver on and contribute to in the creation of this commission, and ultimately in the integration of coordinated service delivery to the entire area, most particularly immediately within the 8-member municipalities, but as the video spoke to, and as Chair Broadhead alluded to, ultimately hoping to continue to integrate transit services with the other non-participating municipalities that are currently not yet members. As Chair Broadhead indicated, this is a unique opportunity for us. This is not something that's been mandated or directed by any senior level of government. This is truly remarkable across Canada, and I've had the privilege of working in other jurisdictions on transit initiatives. But the fact that these 8 municipalities got together of their own accord, recognizing the needs to work together, to collaborate, to cooperate, and to ultimately deliver for the benefit of the residents and the businesses of the 8-member municipalities is truly extraordinary. So moving on to the next slide, one of the key themes that you'll hear me stress, and certainly I've stressed in terms of delivering this presentation to the other municipalities, is that the original business case, and Chair Broadhead alluded to this already, the original business case really focused on 2 lenses. It identified that by integrating our transit services, the delivery of transit services from the existing operations that exist, integrating them into one, under one banner, under one coordinated effort, will increase efficiency. It will reduce duplication, it will address some of the complexity, and it will ultimately improve service. I will speak to that improved service, because we all recognize that over the course of the last number of years, the last 24 months, we've been challenged with regards to ridership. We've been challenged with regards to the financial position that transit is in, and it was really exciting this week to see, over the weekend, to see the commitment from the province indicating that they will be complementing the federal distribution of additional dollars to help offset the challenges that many transit agencies have felt over the last number of months, over the course of 2021, in terms of dealing with the financial challenge that exists. We have an opportunity, and I'll speak to this a little further in my presentation, to really build on that, to perhaps look at the not only increasing efficiency, but addressing the cost side and addressing the funding side of the equation moving forward. So those are the 2 lenses that largely led to the creation and justified the creation of this commission. And on the left-hand side of the slide, there are some interesting observations. What we did in the middle of 2021, under the board's direction, we carried out a survey of residents across the 8-member municipalities, and there were 2 key findings, really interesting findings that came out there. There is general recognition from the survey, general recognition across the entire region. And when I speak about 1,200 residents having been surveyed, the vast majority of those, because we tried to come up with the corresponding demographics, the vast majority of those were within the city of Edmonton. So what you're seeing presented in those two key findings are largely the results of many of the residents that were surveyed within the city of Edmonton. And 7 out of 10 saw that there definitely will be benefit to them personally in terms of the creation and the operation of integrated transit services. They view public transit as valuable to their town or their city. But the challenge for us is that 1 in 5 only thought that it was efficient in terms of its delivery. And that really speaks to one of those key findings, key reasons why this commission was created. I'm going to move in the next slide to the first bulk of the work that we're preparing to do, and that is the identification and the delivery, ultimately, of integrated transit across the municipal boundaries through an integrated regional transit service delivery model. This is a conceptual diagram that represents the 8 member municipalities, and you'll notice that I didn't go out and draw on the slide some of the transit routing that perhaps had been included, and some members of council might remember that in the original business case there were very definitive maps that were developed prior to 2020, prior to COVID, that looked at what the conceptual service plan ultimately might look like for the 8 member municipalities. Those lines on that map that were present in the original business case were really great. They were fantastic. But they did represent a conceptual service plan that is a great long-term vision. As I mentioned earlier in my presentation, we're all cognizant of the financial and ridership challenges that we have been experiencing. What we're now working on as part of the 2022 work plan is we're working on the development of what would be an appropriate, feasible, intermunicipal regional service plan for start of delivery in early 2023. I said I'd speak to that revised timeline. What the board has agreed upon, how the board has directed me and the fledgling staff at the commission, is to deliver by the middle of this year a proposed service plan or proposed service plan components. And what the board has asked for is a comparison of that nice map and those elements that were shown on that nice map in that pre-COVID business case analysis in 2019 and 2020, a comparison with bottom-up costing of those elements versus what we might be able to deliver today, what would be reflective of the ridership and the financial projections that we have to work with in 2023. The board did recognize that we got a late start on much of the work. While it was anticipated that I would come on board or a CEO would come on board in late 2020, ultimately I joined the organization as employee number 1 in May of 2021, and over the course of the last number of months we've been growing. We've been working with the city's administration along with the other 7 municipalities to identify how we might be able to get to that opening day service delivery. And as a result of that initial 6-month delay, the revised timeline for opening day has been revised to early 2023 as well. The dark lines, or the wide lines on the map, really represent what we anticipate to be the opening day service demands that we will be challenged to serve most immediately, and that we will be focusing on immediately. Early in the business case, and certainly it's no mystery to you and no surprise based on the presentations that I'm sure you've heard from your staff, the 4 key destinations for intermunicipal travel from outside of Edmonton into Edmonton are really the 4 highest ridership destinations, including the downtown business core, as well as the 3 major post-secondary institutions within Edmonton. That's where the demand is expected to rebound and resume earlier than with respect to other demands, and those are the ones that we're likely to start looking at serving in early 2023. But that's not to say that we need to or we're going to ignore the services between municipalities, as are represented by the thin thinner lines, number one. We recognize that there are increasingly employment opportunities outside of the City of Edmonton boundary that residents from, whether it's from other municipalities, want to get to from between external municipalities, or even from within Edmonton getting to some of those employment areas. Prior to COVID, in the last census, there was a figure that was really representative of that demand. In 2016, roughly 14% of Edmonton's labor force was commuting daily to destinations, to employment opportunities beyond the city's boundaries. And that's really the first step that we need to address as we start planning for that regional service delivery in early 2023. It won't only be regional service delivery that we're concentrating on. Moving on to the next slide, we're also preparing for local service delivery. And this is where it gets really interesting with respect to the City of Edmonton. You may recall, and I'm sure you've been briefed by your administration, the City of Edmonton's position relative to transition into this organization is different than the other 7 municipalities. The other 7 municipalities, those that had transit operations, which is essentially 6 out of the 7, have committed to transitioning the entire service into this organization for opening day. And furthermore, what we're doing in terms of working with those 6 other municipalities is we're agreeing that as part of that transition, under the banner of the EMTSC, we will be delivering not only inter-municipal travel, but we also will be delivering local service within a number of those municipalities. And Chair Broadhead is here from the City of St. Albert. Great example. St. Albert has a really strong local service component to St. Albert Transit. And as part of that transition, we will be delivering, after the transition, the local services within the City of St. Albert. Within the City of Edmonton, the transition is a little different. The previous council has indicated that in the initial transition of service hours from Edmonton into the organization will focus around the intermunicipal component. And there was a figure of 11% of the pre-COVID service hours that was identified in the agreement that spoke to or enshrined Edmonton's contribution or Edmonton's role, Edmonton's ownership as part of the shareholders, the 8 shareholders in this organization. Local service, however, is intended to be transitioned into this organization 4 or 5 years down the line. And as such, what we're looking at is now working with the City of Edmonton staff, and I'm really happy that we've got key staff involved in terms of working with the consultants that are going to be defining that opening day service plan, because Edmonton's local service that's going to remain here in 2023 under your control, under the city administration's control, that local transit has to integrate very tightly, very competently and effectively with the intermunicipal service components that we will be identifying for the board's approval. So the need to have Edmonton sit at the table directly in a very different and more direct way than some of the other municipal administrations is essential as we go through the next 3 or 4 months. We are seeking to develop an overall strategy by the middle of this year and bring it forward for the board's consideration. Key component of local service delivery in the cost-sharing formula that was originally envisioned in the business case, regional services will be cost-shared amongst the 8 municipalities. Local services within each municipality will remain 100% the financial responsibility of that particular municipality. And so in that respect, the decisions that each council will be making, each administration will be making with regards to local service will be decisions that we at the EMTSC will be adopting, because at the end of the day, each municipality, each council, each administration will be doing a lot of that balancing of need versus ability to pay, need versus the financial side of the equation, and we will be working with each administration and each council to determine the appropriate level of service for local service. The definition of both regional and local service is a big part of the work that we're undertaking in 2022, but I want to spend a couple of minutes also speaking about the other elements. So if we can jump to slide number 9, please. There are 3 major buckets that the board has identified, 3 major buckets or components of work, categories of work. The first is opening day service definition, and I've already spoken to the work in terms of defining the level of service. But the other key aspect that this will involve in 2022 is the negotiation of specific service delivery agreements with each one of the municipalities that are currently operating transit. And what I've said to all of the administrations and what I'm saying to each council, there is not going to be a one-size-fits-all here. I recognize that with the very short runway that we have to the start of operations in early 2023, there are going to be a series of different negotiated agreements with each municipality to achieve the transition from the municipality's direct delivery or singular delivery of transit to the commission's coordinated delivery of transit. And as such, there are going to be different service delivery models that are going to be used across the entire region. Some of the models will involve the current contracted service providers. Other models will, I'm sure, reflect the fact that there are different delivery mechanisms in place. And I know that during earlier discussions, there was a lot of discussion here within the city of Edmonton. What will that delivery model look like? And there were concerns about privatization. I will say right now, right here, there is no agenda for privatization. What we are looking at, particularly for the opening day, is figuring out how are we going to negotiate, how are we going to transition the existing operations into the coordinated delivery of service under the EMTSC's control. So I've said this to every one of the councils. We're going to be negotiating individual agreements with each transit operating municipality to transition in assets, to transition in labor force, to transition in whatever needs to be transitioned in over the course of the next year to help deliver that, or to ultimately deliver that integrated service in 2023. Moving on to the next slide, the second big area of work for 2022 is to continue standing up the commission. And I'm just going to focus on the very last bullet point in the interest of time. The board has engaged over the course of the last little while a project, I'll put it that way, to develop a standalone brand for this integrated service. I think everybody recognizes that Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Services Commission doesn't really roll off the tongue, and there is a need to develop a brand, develop an identity that is reflective of this change that we're focusing on, this change that all 8 member municipalities have committed to, have agreed to collaborate on going forward. And over the course of the next few months, we will be finalizing that brand development work, and we will be identifying under the board's direction a new identity, a new service moniker, a brand that this entire region and the 8 member municipalities, the 8 shareholders, and you are the biggest shareholder of this organization, that will work for all 8 member municipalities. Lastly, the last major area of work is to move beyond focusing on the short term, and if I can just jump to slide number 11, please. It's not just about the short term, but I've been retained by the board to ensure that this is a sustainable entity going forward. We will also be looking over the course of the next 6 to 8 months at what needs to be done to position this organization for the long term. We've engaged with the board over the course of the last number of weeks in the first strategic planning discussions that this commission has been engaged in, identifying both short-term and longer-term objectives, and you'll see those come forward for approval of the board in the next few weeks and months. We will also be looking at the development of a long-term financial framework, and this is where the discussions, particularly with the City of Edmonton, are going to be key. This two-stage transition that I spoke to earlier, being different in Edmonton than the other 7 municipalities, that poses some unique challenges and unique opportunities as we move forward to develop a long-term financial plan. We need to recognize that what the financial framework that we're dealing with in 2022 and 2023 is going to be very different 4 and 5 years down the road. But nevertheless, we have to develop both a short-term and a long-term financial framework to ensure that there are considerations like intergenerational equity, for example, are appropriately reflected. Lastly, and I'm going to spend just one more slide speaking about this, we are also, and the board has been very keen on this, engaging and pursuing the development of sustainable transit funding options. If I can jump to slide number 12, it's been recognized that traditionally within Canada, transit operations, and here I'm speaking purely about operations and future operations, so moving beyond the current stage where all of our transit operations have been impacted by COVID, but even at full strength, if I can put it that way, transit operations have been subject to only 3 funding sources generally across Canada. The funding sources being fare revenues, non-fare revenues, typically advertising revenues, and ultimately subsidy from the municipal property tax base. That impact on the property tax base, whether it's within a singular transit operator owned by one municipality, or as is the case now, moving forward into an integrated service with 8 shareholders, that impact on the municipal property tax base has to be addressed. We have to figure out different ways, in my opinion, to try to minimize that impact in the longer term. What this board recognized early on in the development of the business case, and certainly has stressed over the course of the last 6 to 8 months, is that here we have a unique opportunity. We are now no longer speaking on behalf of only one transit operator, only one municipality, and only the municipal property tax base of only one municipality. Here we have an opportunity to really increase the strength of our collective voice and use that collective voice to engage in discussions about how we might be able to come up with a more sustainable transit funding, operating funding formula. And so that is the last bucket of work that I wanted to just emphasize with this council. It is something that is going to be applicable here as it is in every one of the 8 member municipalities. The financial discussion includes one other component. So moving on to slide number 13, given the delay that, or the delayed start of operating under the EMTSC banner, moving from 2022 to 2023, there was a very conscious decision made by the board when approving the 2022 operating budget. The board recognized that each municipality was going to have to carry the full operating cost for transit within that municipality in 2022, given this push to 2023 opening day, if I can put it that way. Given that, the board agreed and directed that the entire startup costs of the commission that would be incurred in 2022 will continue to be debt financed. And this reflected an earlier decision that was made for the 2021 startup funding allocation. In 2021, the initial steps were taken to secure a line of credit that would allow the commission to stand up, the costs of standing up the commission in 2021. We're now at a point where, given that the board did not want to levy additional requisitions on top of transit operating budgets to the 8 municipalities in 2022, the board has agreed that we will extend our debt financing, our reliance on debt financing for 2022, and we will, as a result of that, be seeking additional guarantees We've got a line of credit from the TD Bank. That line of credit will have to be extended, but that extension will require additional security moving forward. I want to thank City Manager Corbu and his finance staff, along with the City of St. Albert. We've been in discussions now with the administrations of both municipalities, and you will be hearing more about this. This is a decision that the board will be making later this week with regards to the extension of the debt and the need to secure additional guarantees to help back that. And it is something that I wanted this council to be aware of as we go forward. So I'm at the point where I will wrap up. You've heard about a lot of the regional advantage through Chair Broadhead's discussion, introduction of the topic through the video. I won't stress too much more, but moving on to slide number 14, there are a few common challenges across the region. We all recognize that there are numerous people across the region that share, and all the municipalities share many challenges and many opportunities to improve and benefit the service within our communities, particularly with respect to some of the people that are hugely reliant on transit. We know that there are socially diverse groups that are reliant on transit, and here we have an opportunity to really capture and deliver on, to a larger extent, the return on investment that each of the 8 municipalities is making in that regard. Malcolm Bruce will speak in a minute to supporting regional economic development initiatives and how that how our challenge directly interrelates to some of the work that Edmonton Global is doing. We will be ultimately connecting Edmonton Metro Region communities to the city businesses in the downtown core. And one of the decisions that the board made early on in 2021 was to actually signal very strongly to the City of Edmonton that there is a strong commitment on the part of all municipalities to participate in the recovery of the downtown core. The decision that the board made was to ensure that the footprint of this commission is in downtown Edmonton. So the new head offices that we have, we're in the process of just finalizing and outfitting, exist at the corner of 106th Street in Jasper. We are in the downtown core. We recognize that this commission will play a key role in Edmonton downtown economic recovery. I will essentially wrap it up there. I've stressed the other points through my presentation and through the earlier portions, the earlier introductions. And with that, before we kick it to Mayor Young and Mayor Herron, I will ask Malcolm to jump in. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Paul, and Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to say a couple of words. I will be very brief. First of all, for those that may not know me, I am the CEO of Edmonton Global, your economic development company. It's the regional economic development company that's responsible for the attraction of foreign direct investment and also to help those companies that are ready to go into the market export space. So when I look at the Regional Transit Commission, I look at it in 2 ways. I look at it from an international lens, from an international investor's point of view. So our global competitiveness, how do we stand up against our peers? And our peers in the global competitive space are not Calgary, not Toronto, but Metro Denver, Kuala Lumpur, Stockholm. And then the other one is from a more domestic approach or regional approach is really about investment readiness. How do we facilitate the movement of good people and services within our region to maximize the opportunities for businesses to see their future here and grow? So those are really the 2 lenses. So this Regional Transit Commission is really going to be very impactful in both those domains. So when I'm in the international market space, I speak to the Regional Transit Commission as a way to move their people from wherever they're going to live to where they work and where they're going to play. And if I can just tell one small story, it was in 2016, we had 4 mayors on a panel in Ottawa. It was the mayors of Edmonton, Calgary, Toronto, and Winnipeg. And John Tory was talking about a 600-person call center that was moving into the city of Toronto. He says, we didn't even know that they were there for the first week because the first week that company was doing was riding the rail, taking the transit, and figuring out where their folks were going to actually live and how they were going to move, because they recognized that while they were going to establish the call center in the downtown core, that most people could not afford to live in the downtown core that were going to work at this facility. And therefore, they wanted to know how the connectedness within the region, within the GTA, was going to facilitate their business growth. And that has very much led to the kind of discussions that we've had here. So this initiative that you have championed along with the 7 other municipalities is one that's very welcomed, particularly for somebody like me that's trying to market this region. And I just wanted to reinforce the importance of this initiative. So thank you.
Thank you. And with that, if Mayor Young is on the virtual call.
Yep, good morning, Your Worship and members of council. It's my pleasure to be with you today alongside my regional partners from St. Albert and my colleague on Leduc City Council, Councillor Glenn Finstead. Thank you for having us this morning to discuss regional transit. Since 2018, the City of Leduc has been an active participant in efforts to move regional transit forward and has been engaged as a partner alongside the other 8 area member municipalities who are now part of the Edmonton Metropolitan Regional Transit Commission. The concept of regional transit has been studied, reviewed, and debated over the last number of years, and we know this type of service model will bring a multitude of benefits to our communities and residents for decades to come. As the region continues to grow and more people settle in our communities, the demand for appealing and viable alternative public transit options will also continue to grow. And so, in Leduc, we believe the old ways of doing things are no longer an option. There's never been a more important time for municipalities in the region to come together to pool resources and stretch the taxpayer dollars in the name of improved services that is more resilient to disruption and strengthens our individual communities and the region as a whole. While ridership has been affected by the pandemic, we've also learned that without a doubt, transit is an essential service, and our ability to provide convenient, cost-effective, and extensive connectivity between municipalities will only be key to our economic recovery, but it will also provide long-lasting economic benefits. By creating an integrated transit system that improves the customer experience, we can help move people from community to community in a faster, more direct way. This will broaden our citizens' ability to visit regional destinations. It will open up new employment opportunities for people who may otherwise have focused their job hunting to their own community. It will create another applicant pool for existing organizations in each municipality, and it will attract new investment that will generate new jobs. Plans for a regional transit system have been underway for nearly 5 years, and we're proud that we all have accomplished what we've accomplished so far. Our goal and vision is unchanged and a focus on building sustainable transit service in the region that gives people new opportunities to live, work, and play. We in Leduc are proud to be part of the project and look forward to continue to work with our regional partners on this service model in the years to come. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Kathy Heron here. And I got to just start off with congratulations. This is the first time I've been in front of Edmonton Council, and I haven't met many of you. So congratulations on your election. It's nice to see the 4 returning faces. It's nice to see Tim at some of the regional conversations. Sarah and I have already had dinner talking about getting the women in the region together, some women in local politics conversations. I know Aaron Paquette quite well, and I certainly know Councillor Knack far too well, serving on the Alberta Municipalities Board. And I also want to point out that Mayor Sohi, you made an excellent choice with Karen Tang on the Alberta Municipalities Board. She's provided great insight and passion for not only big city issues, but issues that are affecting all of Alberta, whether you're a small town or a village. So it really leads into what we're trying to do today, and which is working together as municipalities to create a better communities for all of Alberta. I also want to point out, as you can see, Councillor Broadhead's passion for transit is contagious, and don't think it was mentioned at all during the presentation, but he has a long history with Edmonton Transit. He's 30-odd years with ETS, starting as a bus driver, and so he's very understanding of what is happening in Edmonton Transit, but from a St. Albert resident perspective. So he's a fantastic voice for my community, as well as Edmonton and as well as the region. So excellent choice in chair of this commission. I'm not going to talk about everything because I think everything was covered. They put me last, and I don't have a lot of notes because I knew everything would be covered. I think the key things that are really important where Andrew started. I should be calling you Councillor Knack. I apologize. With the Blue Ribbon Panel, the Be Ready or Be Left Behind report that was commissioned right before I became mayor, and it identified 3 entirely and regionally important initiatives. And it's so nice to have both Karen here because one of the initiatives was land use planning. So that's the job of the Edmonton Metro Region Board. Edmonton Global with Malcolm's lead is our Edmonton Regional Economic Development. And the last pillar was transit. And so that is what we have presented to you today. And I want to just point out that I haven't gone to all 7 of these regional presentations, but I wanted to come to yours just because it started. Edmonton and St. Albert started this together, and I feel like we've come full circle. We've developed something by us, created something that really had the input of Edmonton and St. Albert and the region, but both the elected and the administrative support. It has been said a couple of times, this is not something that is being imposed on Edmonton or St. Albert. It is something we've created, and we get to be part of it going forward. We're part of the board. And the decisions of savings will be part of the board, so we can always take those savings and reward the taxpayers, or we can take those savings and really improve transit in the region. I really do not want to be on a bus or driving beside a bus coming south from St. Albert down Grote Road with a Edmonton transit bus followed right behind by St. Albert transit bus, doing the exact same route. It was inefficient, and that is what we're trying to solve with this commission. So I'll just finish off, and I'm going to put my Alberta Municipalities hat on for 2 seconds. Our tagline is strengthen members, and I really believe that St. Albert, Edmonton, Leduc, and the entire region is much stronger when we work together, and I'm just so proud of this first initial step. It's a big step, regional transit. It's huge, a lot of work, but it's something all of us 4 years from now will be very proud of that we were part of. Nothing further.
Cool. So that concludes the presentation. Thank you so much, everyone, for your very thorough and in-depth presentation and all the work that you have been doing on this file. And I hope that your presentation answers a number of questions that council members we had last time and also today. So I'm going to go to Councillor Knack because he exempted this item, and in the meantime, encourage council members to sign up for questions.
I'll save us a bit of time, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions. I've been involved with this fairly extensively.
You have been, okay.
Happy to move the receipt of information at the appropriate time,
Okay.
but I just wanted to make sure we had that presentation, which is why I selected it.
Okay, good. All right, thank you so much. And Councillor Stevenson.
I was trying to not be first, but happy to dig in. Thank you all so much for the presentation this morning. I'm really excited by the prospect of regional transit. I, as a city planner, really see the value and importance in that. And I think as I'm getting myself up to speed on this, I just have some of the technical questions around how we realize this. So, I guess maybe just looking at the addendum to the business plan, I heard you mention this morning that cost sharing will see each municipality pay for the regional routes, by the funding formula, but then be responsible for their local routes. And I'm wondering, it just seems that like the rapid routes 1 and 2 now seem to be almost exclusively within Edmonton. So just wondering how that tension works out with the funding formula.
Thank you. So first of all, I'll go back to that business case, and what I spoke to throughout my presentation is that there was a conceptual service plan that was identified in 2019 and 2020, but the work that we're going through right now in terms of working with Edmonton Transit and working with an external service provider to identify what opening day service might look like, recognizing the challenges that we've gone through over the course of the last 2 years, that work needs to take place before we start looking at what the allocation of costs will be. But principally, I think, in terms of what was identified in the business case, the cost-sharing formula will be adjusted and will ultimately reflect the anticipated ridership and the anticipated benefit for each one of the routes or for the collective of the intermunicipal routes to the various municipalities. And you might be aware that at the very end of the governance bylaw that was passed by the board in 2021, there was an initial anticipated cost distribution formula or cost allocation formula, and that roughly reflected the proportion of service that was anticipated to be benefiting and to be within each one of the municipalities. In that original cost-sharing formula, there was the largest proportion of it was with the city of Edmonton, reflecting the fact that there will be a major amount of the service that ultimately would transition from some of the routes that are currently entirely within the city of Edmonton, but that will now we anticipated would form components of longer intermunicipal routes.
Right.
So that was kind of the principle that was alluded to in the business case.
Right, whereas the addendum has sort of shifted with some of that membership. So, sorry, I'm just very mindful of my time. Just wondering, so since 2016, so the Be Ready or Be Left Behind report, I'm just wondering what work has been done in the past 6 years to increase the integration of regional transportation. So I think you mentioned that example of sort of that industrial area. My understanding is that we now have agreements that a St. Albert bus can use a City of Edmonton bus stop, for example, that the ARC card will be integrated. So just wondering if you could speak to some of those other integration pieces that have happened to maybe address some of those issues.
So first of all, Chair Broadhead might be in a better position to speak to some of that historical matter. The vast majority of that took place prior to my re-arrival back in Edmonton in May of last year. But certainly there has been a lot of work that has been carried out by the various transit agencies working together, particularly with respect to the ARC card implementation. And you're right, that is a first step or one of the initial steps in terms of coordinating transit usage across the ARC member municipalities, because their membership was a little different than our membership. Strathcona County is a key participant in the ARC card initiative. That initiative, led largely by City of Edmonton administration, is one that is going through its process, and it certainly will be something that will be integrated with the integrated regional service delivery over the course of the next year. So that was one of the elements. I understand that there have been agreements struck between some of the transit operators for use of use of joint facilities.
Sorry, if I can just jump in with my last 10 seconds. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for that overview. I guess sort of a big question for me. So again, interested to learn more. Just wondering what this next service plan will cost in terms of that work.
So I'll be in a better position to answer that within 4 months' time. So the work that we're going through right now is identifying what we anticipate will be recommendations with regards to a feasible 2023 service plan. Those recommendations we anticipate to make to the board in June or July of this year. But the process that we're going through right now, working with the administrations, working with the transit people, and most particularly working with Edmonton Transit Planning, will help inform that discussion around costs that will be brought forward to the board in the middle of this year. The objective is for us to identify the totality of costs, identify a suggested cost allocation to the board, which would then help inform the various municipal budget processes that the municipalities will be going through for 2023 throughout the remainder of this year. So we're very conscious of the fact that our information is going to be needed to feed into each budgetary process within each municipality.
Thank you for that. Just a reminder to panelists, some of them who might be new to this process, that council members have only 5 minutes to ask questions, so please try to be as precise as possible so that we can get through as many questions as possible. Thank you so much for that. Councilor Wright?
Thank you very much. My understanding is that it's about 10 or 11% of Edmonton service hours would be moving over to the intermunicipal routes. And I'm just wondering how this reduction in the City of Edmonton service hours, how is that going to maximize the cost effectiveness for Edmonton taxpayers?
Thank you, Councillor. So the work that we're going through right now is to identify with city staff how the service hours would be most appropriately allocated to the intermunicipal routes. It's not a question of losing those service hours, it's a question of allocating them to achieve the best overall, highest overall return from a collective perspective, which would benefit the City of Edmonton taxpayers as well.
Okay, so I understand that one of the priorities that you noted was to revitalize and reestablish a vibrant downtown city core. But again, my understanding is that those service routes would be taken from the sort of the most high usage and high frequency routes in and out of the downtown core.
So that's a decision that we'll be making over the course of the next 4 months. The idea would be to ensure that the highest frequency routes, which tend to coincide with some of the demands from the other municipalities into and out of the 4 major transit destinations that I spoke to in my presentation, recognize that there can be dual benefit achieved from the allocation of those hours, benefit that can be can receive a better return on the investment of those hours if we coordinate that the allocation of those hours.
So would that be more frequency into the city from the regional municipalities, or would it just be, I understand that Morinville pulled out of the agreement because there, and part of what I'd heard is that there was just going to be like a morning and an evening route into the city. I'm just wondering, would there be more routes if out-of-towners wanted to stay for evening events within the downtown core?
So certainly through the survey that we carried out last year, there were a lot of commentary from those surveyed outside of Edmonton about exactly that kind of need. I think we need to look at what is feasible in terms of delivering the service. One of the things that I don't want to do is to sort of highlight or put forward a overpromise an increase in the level of service, recognizing the financial challenges that we're facing currently. So the work over the course of the next 4 months will identify where the services would be recommended for opening day, and it would be reflective of the costs and the ability of the individual municipalities to contribute to the cost of delivering those services.
Okay, so with some of that public engagement that you did, you mentioned 7 out of 10 see benefit. What were some of the benefits that they saw?
So essentially what they see is that for their future, so for example, for their children to be able to get around the region in a more effective way or more efficient way, using better service, some of those benefits, the benefits of creating a greener future for the residents, for their children, those societal types of benefits are the ones that they've identified, as well as the very real and tangible. Look, I might be able to get to this place of employment quicker, might be able to gain information for how I might be able to cross municipal boundaries easier than I can right now. Those are the types of benefits that broadly speaking, the survey started to identify.
Okay, and I've just got one final question in regards to the financing of it. You'd mentioned through the TD Bank debt financing with additional guarantees. I'm just wondering who would provide those guarantees, what sort of security, And how would we look at servicing that debt?
So the business case always anticipated that stand-up costs would be debt financed, and that ultimately the debt financing would be, or the debt would be repaid once the EMTSC starts the delivery or the oversight of the integrated regional service delivery and goes through the cost allocation process over the next number of years. It was anticipated that the original debt would be paid off through the three funding sources that I referenced, fair revenues, non-fair revenues, as well as the call on the municipal requisitions. So that was the premise, that the original debt that was incurred was a debt of $5 million. The original anticipated debt financing that would be required for the stand-up was in the order of about $6.5 million. Given the delay in terms of starting to repay that debt, the board's decided on in terms of the delay of making requisitions to the 8-member municipalities and deferring that to 2023, we're now in a position where we're going to have to extend the original $5 million debt to approximately $7 million, which is the provincially approved limit for the stand-up costs.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for the presentation. I have a fair number of questions, so I'll just get started. So some questions around demand modeling, just to start. I know you showed sort of the regional service map showing the high-level flow and connectivity between the 8-member municipalities. And I'm just reflecting on the original report where, to my understanding, some of the municipal requisitions were based more on the location of routes as opposed to ridership. So I'm just wondering, can you provide some information on sort of the demand modeling that underlies this, or is that to come? Because I know, again, initially, Edmonton in particular was going to see around 55% of the funding shortfall allocation, recognizing that may change, but want to see that demand modeling.
Thank you, Councillor. So that's one of the big questions, and one of recognizing that we've got a very short timeline to the start of operations, and quite frankly, we don't have the years that would be required in order to do detailed demand analysis. What we're relying on is the knowledge of the 8-member municipalities and the transit administrations within the 7 of those 8 municipalities to help identify what the opening day demand would look like, where it would materialize, recognizing that we're all in a position where right now ridership is recovering post-COVID. We're working with the administrations to help identify what that ridership might look like on opening day, and using those projections, using those anticipated demands, we will be putting together the recommendations for opening day service. Detailed service planning, detailed demand forecasting is certainly something that we will get into in the fullness of time once we achieve and integrate all of the resources from the member municipalities and are able to actually incur the additional expense and go through the additional effort. And once we have the labor resources to undertake that work to help prepare and refine service offerings in the future.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And just to build on that, then I guess when can we expect to see the Phase 1 service plan? Because I'm sure City of Edmonton, other member municipalities will want to take a look at that, do analysis, etc.
Yeah. So right now we're preparing to bring forward the analysis, the data on which we will be making our recommendations, and the recommendations themselves in either June or July of this year. That's the aggressive timeline that the board has dictated, and we're working towards that now. We'll be starting that process. The board just retained the consulting resources to undertake all of that work. The board retained the firm of WSP about a week ago, and we're just getting into that process now.
Okay, thank you. And then I also wanted to ask, again, recognizing that things have changed since the initial report, but just around estimates for fare box recovery. Do we have any revised estimates? I know initially, I think it was around 28%. And the reason I ask that, I know that for Edmonton, some of our highest performing routes with much higher fare box recovery would be some of the ones that are uploaded for intermunicipal connectivity. So any comments on fare box recovery, or is that to come?
That is to come.
Okay, and then also have some questions just around sort of assets, in particular transit garages. I know the initial estimate was around 212 buses for the commission, and I think that in the initial report it talked about being able to house those in sort of the nearest garage or facility. I guess I'm looking for some clarity around how that will be equitably managed when it comes to transit facilities.
Short answer is so am I. The reality is that that is definitely one of the objectives. It's one of the opportunities that exist, and certainly as we identify what the opening day service plan elements might include, a key analysis will be to optimize or maximize the return on earlier facilities investments. And when I spoke to the fact that we're going to be engaging in detailed negotiations for the various agreements with the 8 member municipalities. A key aspect of that will be negotiating where and what facilities would be transferred over, how existing facilities might be used other than through a direct ownership transfer, where the facilities might be needed, the initial facilities might be needed most in order to deliver the opening day service in the most efficient way possible.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to cut straight to the chase. I'm really struggling right now, mainly because I've worked for 2 regional municipalities. I've worked for Spruce Grove. I've worked for Strathcona County. I absolutely see the regional benefit to this, but I'm elected here today to look out for the best interest of Edmonton. And I'm really struggling with the benefits that Edmonton is receiving as a result of this. And I know it's been a long process, and I hate to come in as a new councillor and put that down, but I want to be frank and upfront with that with some of the questions I'm asking today, as there's a decision point coming up. So I guess my question to you is, with 85% eventually of the contribution regionally being from Edmonton, how many votes does Edmonton get on the board?
So there's definitely a weighted vote structure that is in place to reflect particularly financial decisions. There is a special resolution process that was identified in the governance bylaw requiring, and I won't get into a big long discussion of that, but Edmonton is essentially Edmonton has to vote in favor in order for major financial decisions to be carried. I'll kind of encapsulate it that way. As to the discussion about benefits, the benefits will accrue to all municipalities, including Edmonton. The benefits will accrue for all the riders, the transit riders, those people that want to get across municipal boundaries from places in Edmonton to places of employment, from residences in Edmonton to places of employment outside of the boundary. There will also be a benefit to the businesses in Edmonton.
I'm going to stop you right there just because, again, mindful of my time, and I've read all of the business case, so I don't need you to reaffirm those things because I want to get to my questions. So you mentioned about that this is something that, is not about privatization, and I want to pick up on that point a little bit because I guess my question is, what involvement have any of the transit unions had in this discussion to date?
So certainly there have been questions posed by some of the collective bargaining agents. I have indicated through those discussions, and I've spoken to them, that my discussions are with the administrations of the 8-member municipalities. I don't have, this commission does not have a relationship with the collective bargaining agents at this point. Certainly in the future, if we have a relationship, we will get into much more detailed discussions. But I've indicated to the collective bargaining representatives that the same point that I made a little bit earlier through the presentation. There is no hidden agenda. There is no desire to move forward. That we're going to be dealing on opening day with the negotiated agreements that we're going to have with each and every municipality, including that with the City of Edmonton.
Great. And I know you mentioned in your presentation about the basically the revenue sources for transit, and that we need to be addressing the impact on municipal tax. But if those are the 3 revenue generation sources, would that not presume that the increase in fees would be the way to address that? So the increase in user fees, or am I misunderstanding how we're going to address that?
So sorry, I'm not sure I'm understanding your question.
In the presentation, you highlighted that you will need to address the impact on municipal tax through revenue. And so I'm just wondering, is the way you're going to address that through fee increases to transit?
Through fare increases, is
Yes,
that what?
yes.
Well, certainly, I think every transit agency looks very carefully at what impact fares might have on ridership, and often transit agencies and owners of transit agencies do not implement a fare increase because of the other needs associated with delivering transit in municipalities. What I indicated is that traditionally within Canada, the funding has been, the operating costs have been offset by those 3 sources. What I'm suggesting is that with the collective voice that we now have, the stronger voice, there is an opportunity to approach senior levels of government to engage in a discussion around different funding options to reduce the reliance on just those 3 and to perhaps offset with a potential 4th source of funding for offset some of those operating costs.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe?
Thank you. So one of the major concerns right now in Edmonton, or for citizens, is transit safety. So is there a plan for that? I know ETS, we have COT, EPS, Bentero working together. What about for Metro Transit? Do we have a plan?
So at this point, that's one of those details that we'll be developing in the future. I think that will be an element of the negotiations with regards to service delivery agreements with each one of the 8-member municipalities. There are numerous aspects of customer service and ridership safety, all of those kinds of challenges. They will definitely have to be addressed through future operating protocols for this agency, just like for any other transit authority that operates. So I appreciate your point. There are a lot of needs associated with the delivery of transit and a lot of details that still need to be worked out.
Okay, so it's been considered and thought of anyways. Yeah, that's
It will
good.
definitely be a scope of work.
Okay, great. And I am in support of the idea of Metro Transit, but I am concerned because, you know, in Edmonton, and specifically my ward, Testawinawak, we lost a lot of transit service. And my concern is that the possibility of losing more service if Metro Transit follows through. So that is a concern of mine. Can you explain if that is a possibility that we would be losing more local service?
Over the course of the next 4 months, what we'll be doing is identifying with the City of Edmonton staff how the integrated service delivery for phase 1 would look. And within Edmonton, we're going to be concentrating, the commission is concentrating on that intermunicipal or cross-boundary and longer distance travel. As I indicated through my presentation, the local service delivery options and levels of service, that will remain for the time being a City of Edmonton responsibility, as City of Edmonton has decreed that it will continue to have direct responsibility for the next 4 to 5 years for the local service delivery components. From my perspective, I don't anticipate that we would be impacting the local service delivery. I think that's a discussion that needs to continue as we go forward.
Okay, that's all I have for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and to Mayor Herring for your kind words. Yes, generally I support the notion of transit service delivery to improve efficiency, but I think the devil's in the details, of course, and I know that's still to come. I guess just to build off of some of the points that my colleagues have made, while I understand you want to keep the local service essentially kind of the way they are, but it is a pretty major change that's going to happen this year, and we just went through a really big change with the bus network redesign and the on-demand services within Edmonton. So I'm wondering if you're talking to our administration about ways to communicate to Edmontonians about that change, and how it would how this might impact.
So thank you, Councillor. Definitely with regards to the work that's to be carried out over the next 4 months, there will be a public engagement component. What we want to ensure is that as we go through the process of developing the data, collecting the data, and developing the processes that we'll be using to compare the original conceptual service plan elements and what we might bring forward to the board, we want to ensure that there is a full understanding of how we're doing that work. And we will be engaging a private facilitation service provider to go through a public engagement program over the course of the next 4 months. So we will be speaking and helping refine that process with Edmonton staff as we go through this preparation. It is work that's underway, and yes, there will be a public engagement program.
Okay, thank you. And I know that you had mentioned earlier in response to Councillor Rutherford's point about or the relationship you have with the transit unions. Would you anticipate their involvement during this public engagement process then?
Thank you. I would anticipate that there will be a number of different entities and stakeholders that will be expressing their opinions and their thoughts, and we will certainly be collecting that information, and it will be information that will be presented and included in the analysis to the board.
Okay, thank you. I guess I just want to maybe follow up on this idea of proportionality, that if the majority of those hours will be coming from Edmonton, and we're still keeping the local routes as much intact as possible, can you just elaborate on I suppose the proportional benefit to Edmontonians in terms of service impact?
Yeah, so I think there might be a little bit of a misconception. With regards to these service hour contributions. The notion was that the service hours that were certainly pre-COVID in the original plan that were being used for some of these inter-community runs, if I can put it that way, some of the longer distance services that Edmonton Transit is operating. Given that, as Mayor Herron spoke to, on some of those longer runs, there was a City of Edmonton bus and a City of St. Albert bus running in the same corridor, the contribution of those hours for that City of Edmonton bus, or for the City of St. Albert bus for that matter, we may be able to reduce the overall contribution of hours, the combined contribution of hours, by better appropriating or better allocating those service hours from those Edmonton routes. So it's not a loss of those hours. It's simply a coordination, a better allocation, so that those service hours can accomplish two objectives. One is the continued service for the Edmonton residents that might be going across town within Edmonton, but secondly, that might also contribute or help alleviate the pressure on what might have been a redundant or a complementary or a second operation in that same corridor. So it's not a question of losing those hours, it's just a question of better integrating that investment of those service hours to accomplish a broader set of objectives, not diminishing the original objectives. Does that help?
Yeah, no, I think that's helpful. I'm about to run out of time, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. That is more for first round. And Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
So taken.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your presentation. I absolutely understand the economic, social, environmental benefits of integrated regional transit system and also reducing duplicacy. But I want to reiterate some of the points that I heard during the campaign and also heard from my council colleagues here today. I just want certainty that this is not a backdoor way to privatize ETS. I need to know that.
Absolutely not.
Okay, good. The second is that large number of our employees, frontline workers, have gone through some rough time over the last 2 years, and ETS employees particularly. If a number of 70, or large number of service hours going to come from the city, I want to make sure that they have job security. I just want to get your understanding from them. They contributed a lot to our city, and I don't want them to feel that they're going to get a pink slip in 6 months from now.
Let me put it this way. We don't, at this point, there's no relationship between the collective bargaining agent and the EMTSC, and I will say that there is no hidden agenda on my part or on the board's part to go anywhere near what it is that you're concerned about. Okay. I understand those concerns. There is no desire or no motivation to do that. The motivation is to help get the biggest return on the collective investment that exists, not to diminish that investment.
Good to hear. The second is I hope you will follow this principle in a broad way, that the service to Edmontonians that we are currently getting will not be negatively impacted. There's a potential for growth. I think the regional transit system allows us to grow our system regionally, right? And I think there's huge benefit on that. I just want to understand that from aspect as well, right?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. What we're focusing on is working with Edmonton staff to again get the biggest return on the collective investment, not to reduce service.
Got it.
As we go forward.
And the third one is that as you implement phase 1, that I hope that we can demonstrate to the regional population that there are benefits that we talked about before we move toward phase 2. Is that the understanding?
Certainly, we understand that there is a commitment to go through this 2-stage transition.
Yeah.
We will be going through phase 1 initially. We will have, I'm sure, the ability to report back on the successes of phase 1 to not only our board, but I'm happy to keep coming back to each municipality and presenting our updates so that each member, each shareholder has a complete understanding of what is being achieved, what the benefits are, and how the move forward is benefiting the region as well as each municipality.
Okay. And the next question is related to, we try to make our transit system as affordable as possible for the general public, but we also focus on equity-seeking groups to further subsidize through UPass or low-income bus pass or other ways. How would you maintain affordability in the regional system?
So that's one of the elements that we will be negotiating with each member municipality, each current operator, to understand what those various mechanisms are. We recognize that transit is a social service as much as it is a business, and this is a really important point, I think. One of the things that has been decreed is that we will be going through a governance review within a year or year and a half. It's important to remember, even as we engage in that or meet that requirement to go through that governance review, this is a service that's going to be owned by the 8 municipal members. And the 8 municipal members, in my opinion, have to be comfortable that the governance structure that exists in place actually meets the requirements of each one of the shareholders. So to your point, I think it's something that we need to ensure as we go forward. We need to ensure that each one of the member councils is comfortable with the decision that they've made.
Okay. One of the appealing part of regional transit system is the opportunity to engage with the provincial government on picking up some of the cost for transit system. As part of the plan, are you developing some advocacy to engage with province that if we're going to be providing, say, 5,000 hours of service, whatever that might be, that they, in the regional context, that they pay for the operations of this system, so we can, in the long term, keep regional municipalities' money within the regional municipalities, continue to improve transit service within boundaries.
Absolutely. The board has identified this as a specific focus for 2022 and beyond, to look at the development of advocacy approaches, to look at not only the provincial government but perhaps even the federal government, to identify how can we help minimize the continued reliance on the municipal property tax base in order to achieve some of those greater benefits of improved transit across the region.
Good. Thank you for those answers. Appreciate that. And I'll move the second round.
So I think Councillor Rice hasn't had a first round.
Oh yeah, Councillor Rice is on the list now?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
and Councillor Jans.
Good, okay, I'll take the chair back then. Okay, and I'll go to Councillor Rice. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. So I really appreciate this presentation. And also many of my questions already were answered. And so I'm not going to repeat that same questions. And I have the 2 questions specifically related to ridership. And so what I heard and from many of my constituents worry about the empty buses, empty transit services, as they say. I just wondering, and in the following months and for the work, and is there any ridership specific related to this integrated transit services will be done?
So certainly over the course of the next 4 months, we will be working with the administrations to help identify where ridership, what levels of ridership currently exist with respect to what demand. One of the things going forward that we'll also be looking at is, are there ways to deliver on ridership, perhaps even lower ridership numbers? Can we deliver a service in a more effective way? The City of Edmonton has followed along with many of the other transit authorities across the country, and even the other transit authorities within the 8-member municipalities, moving from a regularly scheduled type of service to an on-demand service is one of the solutions that certainly I implemented back at the agency that I formerly led, and it is one of the solutions that we can look at. We intend to look at those types of solutions and to determine, again, where can resources get the best return on the earlier investments, and how can we deliver transit services more efficiently going forward.
What if the results from resources to demonstrate the ridership is not strong enough to support these services? I understand for the entire integrated transit services, we have our current services in place to make the collection and integrate services as well. If the ridership results is not strong enough to support this integrated transit services, is there any option or solution will be in place for us to prepare that?
So that is a perpetual challenge for all transit authorities. I think the ability to offset or to consider the challenge of ridership demand versus cost of delivery is something that every transit agency and every municipality that owns transit faces. It's something that is an ongoing refinement process that each agency goes through, and certainly we will be, once we get into operations, we will be looking at on a continuous basis as well. And I would suggest that it's not simply a question of eliminating a transit route. It's a question of looking at it carefully and analytically and determining where can those resources achieve an even higher investment, or what needs to be done to optimize the allocation of those resources. So it's something that I'm sure we will be going through on a repetitive, continuous, iterative basis, just as I'm sure your staff do now.
For me to ask this question, I do have the concern about the current ridership. And if you look at our Edmonton's existing transit services, and then if you look ridership in the current state, and then if we're going to pursue some bigger effective outcomes, my question could be, where is the money actually the key investment, the key energy and effort to focus on, and then to improve the ridership in the current system, and then align with our transit bus network redesign and is underway and for Edmonton, and or to add additional investment to the network. Right now, we don't know how that ridership will look like. I just, from that perspective, to ask 2 questions, but thank you, my time will be out.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I understood the question, Councillor.
It's more in the context of the existing ridership, right?
Yes, yeah.
So I guess the challenges that we've all experienced over the course of the last 2 years with reduced ridership while maintaining the transit service that we had planned and ensuring that the transit continues to operate for some of those people that absolutely rely on transit is something we've all faced over the course of the last 2 years. And while it's been possible to refine the transit offerings in some places, in other cases, it's been absolutely essential to maintain the transit service, to get essential workers, for example, to public health care facilities. It's a challenge that every authority has faced. We have fortunately indicated, or as I spoke to a little bit earlier, we've received an indication that the province is now willing to help match or complement the federal contribution to help offset the costs that we incurred in 2021. And certainly as we go into 2022 and 2023, with the recovery of ridership, we will be able to get a higher degree or a higher portion of our operating costs back from the fare box, but we will be financially challenged and we'll have to continue to look for financial solutions. I'm not sure if that answers your question. That's the best I can do right now.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Councillor Jans?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I ask questions of City Administration at this time?
Of course, they're part of the panel, part of the delegation, so absolutely.
Okay, my first question is, while I think the idea of a collaborative regional transit system is admirable, and I think the initial intent is very admirable, and I think the dream had many positive benefits that could support everyone. Often the devil is in the details, and I have to admit I am really concerned after hearing the presentation today about the fact that Edmontonians will be paying more and getting less, or at best, paying more and getting the same for transit service. And I worry about this impairing our ability to continue to invest and to innovate and to grow transit in Edmonton. And my question for administration is, how do we unwind this? How do we hit the bus stop button, if you will, and get off?
Councillor Jans, Ms. McCabe here. My understanding from the work that has to be done still from the phase one is there's still a business case that needs to be done for the city of Edmonton to understand how this links to city plan as we look into the next phases, as well as a number of the things. So my recommendation would be not to pause this. The work that was underway does show large benefits for Edmonton, but there's still bodies of work to be done to be able to support council's next decision making, which is phase 2 of the upload of the system.
So if we were to move a motion to leave, what sort of a notice period is required?
I'm not sure that I could answer that question. Gord?
Andre, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I believe it's 365 days, but I might defer to the commission on that for the specific details.
Through the chair, it's been a while since I've taken a look at the governance bylaw. I think City Manager Corbu is correct that there has to be a notice of 1 year provided to the commission, and following that, there has to be a consideration by the board of that request.
Yeah, I'm just reading the bylaw now. It says, subject to sections 90-93, a member that wishes to withdraw from membership in the commission must provide no less than 365 days of notice of intention to withdraw to the commission and each of the members of the commission. So and we are members of the commission now, so there is a 1 year notice to consider withdrawing.
1 year notice to consider withdrawing, and then does your permission to withdraw have to be given by other members? Or is it automatic?
No, I think council can withdraw according to the bylaw, but you have to provide a year's notice, which is generally routine in any of our collaborative agreements. To get out of other regional entities usually requires some minimum notification time. This one is 1 year.
And building off Councillor Wright's questions earlier, as this work progresses, who is the guarantor for this work? Is this the City of Edmonton backstopping the project?
Maybe I'll start, Councillor, to say it's a collaboration between the obviously the commission and city staff as we work through the transition. I think once the transition was completed, then whatever is transitioned to the commission would be the responsibility of the commission. Of course, we will always continue to work together. Up until transition, I would say,
Sorry, I meant, if I may, I meant financially. Are we backstopping this, or is it?
Oh, I see. Gord, do you want to tackle that one?
Sure, Councillor, we have, and Ms. Padbury can add a bit, but we have provided the guarantee on the loan in combination with the City of St. Albert. So the letter of credit, the debt financing for that is backstopped by the City of Edmonton. Perhaps Ms. Padbury can add some detail.
Sorry, could you be clear again? Is the loan backstopped by both the City of Edmonton and St. Albert 50-50, or is it backstopped by us?
I don't have the specifics again. Ms. Padbury can provide the details.
The loan is, the guarantee for the City of Edmonton is, I believe, about $1.5 million, but I'll just need to double check that. And it's not a 50-50 guarantee. There are different amounts between what City of Edmonton is guaranteeing and what City of St. Albert is.
I think the commission chair has something to add.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in on this. So the earlier guarantee was 2/3 City of Edmonton, 1/3 City of St. Albert, and the proposal for the extension is to go forward with the same proportions.
Got it. Councillor Jans, can you move the second round?
So moved.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. Any questions on second round?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I did sign up. I'm not sure why it's not showing up.
No,
to ask some questions.
I can't see you, Councillor Paquette, but I'll hold on for the vote, then I'll come to you for first round. Councillor Paquette? Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've got some simple questions. Well, first of all, we're not at a decision point yet in this discussion, are we?
This is just a briefing provided for information, Councillor.
Yeah, this is just for information because this is continuing, the concept is continuing to be developed because obviously what we didn't see is like a finalized org chart, things like that. So this is just for the comfort of council, an update for council, and there will be more information coming and a decision point in the future, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, and certainly more gateways for councillor to consider it. And as we had briefed council a while back, this is, phase one we're talking about implementation, and that's what we're focused on right now.
Yeah, and as to the mayor's question, there's no plan to privatize, but going further, is there a commitment to retain the employment of unions as we see them today? In the delivery, at least locally for Edmonton, in our concern.
There's certainly a commitment to retain any collective bargaining agreements that the city of Edmonton enters into at any time for the duration of those agreements.
Yeah, and over the course of this, we're talking about efficiencies, but we're also talking about efficiency of time for the regional population. So that may actually mean that efficiencies include additional routes as we go forward. Is that right?
Through the chair, at this point, it's difficult to determine what the future might look like 5 or 10 years down the road. All I can do is I can reiterate that there is no hidden agenda, no plan to go through any kind of significant change at this point. It's to recover or to get the biggest return on the current investment, and maybe the best way I can answer it is just to reiterate, it's not a question of reducing the investment.
Yeah. Okay. So one thing I maybe I missed it, but I didn't see in the report we got today was the actual economic value of transit, not only to the city but to the region, and how that impacts our growth going forward. Did I miss it, or was it actually included?
Through the chair. So certainly in terms of my presentation, I have not come up with a number in that regard. It's something we can look into and see if it's currently available. And I'm happy.
It is available. Yeah, we have that at the city of Edmonton anyway.
For the city's contribution.
And I think annually it's I think our ROI is about 3 to 1 or 4 to 1, depending on who you ask. So that takes us into $1 billion plus territory of economic impact per year of our transit system. So that leads into my next question, and that is, it's very difficult for municipalities to advocate for federal and provincial funding on transit for capital projects. It's even harder for operational. And by hunting as a pack, does this help us to unlock investment potentially from other orders of government as it becomes more of a regional play?
Certainly that is one of the objectives that the board has identified.
And I would agree from a city manager perspective, it certainly helps us, and I think has even helped us recently in some of the money we've received.
Okay, so essentially, at the end of the day, whatever investment is made here, the goal and the intent is to maximize that investment far beyond what each municipality can do on its own. So we will actually all come out ahead would be the goal.
Yes, that's exactly the point. Where these types of agencies have been created in other jurisdictions across Canada, the collective strength of advocacy has helped out those municipalities, and I can think of the Vancouver example. I think of the Toronto example. These are the opportunities that we're seeking to capitalize on by having this bigger voting entity that can speak to that in the future.
Yeah, so essentially what the recommendation here today is, here's the update, let us keep working on it, let us bring you something because we think you're gonna like it, and the assurances we made today stand going forward.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Mr. Mayor, can I just interrupt and correct the number that I previously provided? We've
Sure.
backstopped.
Yep, go ahead.
$3.3 million is the loan guarantee from the city of Edmonton out of the 5 million guaranteed.
Okay, got it. Thank you for that. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So thanks very much for the presentation. Very involved and detailed conversation today. And maybe to Mr. Corbould, this is one of many collaborative efforts that is going on in the region. Fair to say, building on Councillor Paquette's comments about, how if we build a more efficient transit system, that then results in more user and more ridership, more users and more ridership. That speaks to more demand for service, increased investment, increased employment, and an ever better system that is providing an efficient solution to the region. That's essentially the ethic here, yes?
Yeah, Councillor, I would say that all of these regional issues come under the title, if you will, of shared investment, shared benefit. And, Edmonton's portion of these is always looking out to make sure, yes, we are going to invest because we're the largest municipality in the region, but we're always looking out for the shared benefits of those investments. And I would say whether it's transit or Edmonton Global International Investment or EMRB or any of those things, where we need to make sure that we're looking out for the shared benefits that Edmonton will also get from the organization. But yes, I would agree that that is a good characterization of one of the benefits of this.
Well, and the Regional Transit Commission came out of that regional work, and would you agree that that work overlapped with work around the Regional Agriculture Master Plan, the RAMP plan? If I got the right, perhaps I'm saying that wrong. There was the Interregional Transportation Master Plan that went through all of the modes of transportation, including transit, and clearly articulated an emphasis on transit within a regional context. There's work coming on the 50-year road plan. There is the shared utility standing committee. All of these things interweave and overlap. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree, and it would also add other initiatives like climate change action, and as we're developing an ESG strategy for EMRB right now that will go to the board as well. So all of these things are tied together for sure.
So if we're talking about a shared investment for shared benefit sort of ethic, just poking into some of those other areas, we would like to see our regional municipal partners collaborate on things like separated source and that energy transition, ecologically responsible waste management philosophy that we're trying to employ. Fair?
Yeah, correct and fair.
If we're trying to build collaboration on the region around, a transportation plan that serves all instead of the race for the next overpass that has characterized regional conversations before, that speaks to a little bit of give and take. Sometimes we're putting a little bit more in the pot, being the biggest municipality in the region, and perhaps taking an hour of service less. But in the grand scheme of things, what we're trying to do is build a better, more collaborative region that speaks to all of our city building goals. Is that fair to say, Mr. Corbett?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, and I would just add that I also don't think Edmontonians need to suffer in any way as we get into these agreements either. So that's one of the things we've got to watch out for. So, and I say that because some of the questions that are coming up are really good questions that I think we can answer over time and make sure we satisfy the concerns being represented.
Sure. So as we tease out the details, if it means that someone can get on a bus at the airport and traverse the city and get to one of the surrounding municipalities, or if it means that someone is going from somewhere in the Kingsway district and trying to get down to Mill Woods, they might be on a regional bus, they might be on a city bus, but they're going to get what they're going at the most economical and efficient way that we can get to. That's our goal.
Yeah, and I would say, but those buses, all of them are our buses. is the idea in the model here. So it's not about getting on a St. Albert bus or an Edmonton bus, it's about getting on our buses or our transit system.
A bus. And when we look at other regions that do this, when you can take a bus from downtown Vancouver to downtown Victoria, you know, through various means on one ticket, that's a pretty reasonable goal. Mayor Sohi, I'm going to move the recommendation in the report.
Thank you, Councillor Cartemel.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Thank you for that. And we have a recommendation on the table, but we can ask questions to admin as well. I thought Councillor Hamilton was on the list. I don't want to miss.
I was, but I removed my name.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So what we will do is we'll break now, and we will come back to this item after we have done with our we have 1:30 time specific, right, Madam Clerk, to deal with intergovernmental?
That's correct, at 1:30.
Yeah, and if there are any questions related to intergovernmental on this, we can ask those questions there too, right? Okay, so we'll be back at 1:30.
Good afternoon from council chambers. We are live on the web.
Okay, I would like to call this meeting back to order. Do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Pinspe.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, so can someone move that we go into private to deal with item 9.4?
Could we bring it forward at
So
the
bring
same
it
time?
forward.
Thanks so much.
Will somebody bring 9.4 forward, please?
I'll move that we bring item 9.4 forward.
Second.
Councillor Cartmel, Councillor Hamilton. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk. Thanks, Councillor Hamilton.
I'm a yes as well.
Thanks, Councillor Jones.
I'm a yes. Councillor Tang.
Thanks, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Can someone move that we go into private?
Mayor Sohi, I'll move that we move into private, subject to sections 21, 24, and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
Second.
Councillor, was Knack or? Councillor Knack? Muffly voice because of the mask. Good, okay. All right, any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes as well.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Just waiting for one more.
Councillor, please.
Councillor Cartmel.
Yes.
Thank you. With all the votes.
Display the votes, please. All right, that is carried. All right, we'll give you a couple of minutes to
1 that we need to get back onto the call.
Can you call a recess so we can stand up?
Yeah, we'll recess for 2 minutes.
For 10 minutes?
2
That'd be
minutes,
great.
2
10?
minutes, 2 minutes.
Perfect.
2 minutes.
10's good.
No, 2. Let's see if everybody could come back. Yeah, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 2. 2 minutes. Oh, no. Okay. Like to call this meeting back to order. And would someone move that we receive? (9.4) for information.
I'll move 9.4.
Councillor Hamilton moved it, seconded by
Second.
Councillor Cartmill. Any questions? Please vote. All right.
We're just waiting for one vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Yes, we got item number 1 done. Okay, we're back to our item, which was the Transit Commission, Regional Transit Service Commission update. There was a list of speakers on the,
Yeah, it's back up on the board,
is
Mr. Mayor.
back up. Here you go. Councillor Stevenson. Oh, no, we haven't moved the second round. Somebody need to move the second round.
So moved.
Councillor Knack moved the second round, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Here you go. Okay, please vote. Display
We're
the,
just waiting for one more. We have it. We have all the votes.
display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. So just following up on a few last questions. So just to clarify the question I asked last, I'm just curious, again, recognizing that City of Edmonton is sort of backstopping the line of credit. Just wondering what the spend to date has been, and then what the expected spend is in the next 4 months for the development of the Day 1 service plan.
So the spend to date for the last, well, since late 2020 would be approximately $3.5 to $4 million in standing up the organization. The anticipated expenditures over the course of the next 4 months are getting us up to the $5 million current debt limit. So that's the anticipated calendarized expenditure.
Okay, sir, and just for my understanding, there was a mention of increasing that to potentially 7 million, and is that a process that, like, does the city approve that, or that's by the board, the commission board?
So the board has approved the operating budget for 2022, which essentially has our stand-up cost extending to about $6.5 million. So that budget has been approved for 2022 with the recognition that the extension beyond $5 million can only be accomplished with an extension of the line of credit, which requires the additional guarantees to get that extension from the TD Bank. The provincial debt limit that was approved for the stand-up phase is the $7 million.
Okay, and so that will be coming for, maybe that's a question to administration. We'll be reviewing that, the extending that credit line?
So Councillor Stevenson, once the commission is ready, we will bring back a bylaw for you, and that will be done by way of bylaw. An amendment to, any amendment to their agreement will come back that way.
Okay, because I guess, sorry, I'm just trying to wrap my head around. So again, really deeply support the idea of regional transit. Just feeling that there are a lot of unanswered questions in terms of ensuring that Edmontonians continue to get a very high level of service, and that we have the ability to invest in transit as we need to as a community moving forward. So can I just understand, we have the City of Edmonton is 100% committed to phase one. That's an agreement, so that upload is happening. So then maybe just to administration there, again, recognizing that I believe some of these routes that are uploading are sort of our most financially viable ones, can you just talk me through the implications for our existing service overall? Like in terms of just the financial viability of it with those 11% of service uploaded?
Councillor Stevenson, it's Gord Sebrick. I'll ask Ms. Houghton McDonald to provide a little bit of insight, but the work that the commission is doing over the next 4 months will be done in conjunction with work that the city would do to really understand what that would mean in terms of the new routing, as well as the implications to service hours and coverage as well. So that's the body of work that would happen next, and that's what we would have to bring back to council to provide insight into what the actual changes would be and what the impacts may or may not be.
And I guess oh, go ahead. Oh, that was me. I'm just wondering what our options are at that point. So if it comes back in 4 months and we see a decrease in service that we don't find acceptable, like what do we do at that point, I guess is my question.
So let me be clear. So the recommendations will be brought back to the board. The board has been composed of the 8-member municipalities, and the board will make the decision, the recommendations on, or rule on the recommendations that we bring forward. It is not our intention to bring forward any recommendations that significantly impair or reduce service. I want to be clear on that. There seems to be this perception that there's going to be a reduction in service within the city of Edmonton. That is not the case, and I apologize if that hasn't been clear. The option or the objective of this is to get the biggest overall return for the invested hours, regardless of who's actually contributing to those. So the intent is to make sure that the current service demands on some of those longer distance routes, as they're integrated into the intermunicipal network, that they continue to serve the original service objectives, as well as returning a larger return on in terms of the combination with the other service options. So if I've been unclear on that, I want to absolutely clarify that. It's not a question of reducing service.
Yeah, thank you. I think the question is, if you use the high revenue routes, that reduces the revenue for the overall system in the city. How does that impact? I think that's another question that we would have to grapple with. Councillor Wright?
Hi, thank you. Just getting back to the debt servicing of that line of credit. From my understanding, there's no revenue being generated by the commission yet. Is that correct?
That is correct. The decision that was made by the board was not to seek any kind of requisitions from the member municipalities in 2022, recognizing that the operations will not be starting in 2022.
In the short term then, until you do start generating some revenue, how are you servicing that debt? Is it just, are you using the line of credit to service the debt?
Correct. The business case, when it was established, identified that the only way to stand up the costs, to fund the stand-up costs of the organization, of the commission, was to go out and seek debt that would ultimately be repaid once operation starts and once the three funding sources start to be relied on.
So part of that increase that you're looking for right now is to continue to service that $5 million of debt.
Not to service, it's to actually extend that line of credit in order to continue the standing up of the organization over the rest of 2022.
The terms of repayment of the line of credit, are there annual, quarterly, monthly payments that are due on it? I'm not sure exactly what the amount is. There is a monthly service cost, but the plan is to start repaying that debt in a more intensive manner in 2023. Okay, but right now you're taking an advance from the line of credit to make the monthly service payment.
That's right. Like,
Okay,
yeah.
so you're just sort of cannibalizing, okay. Thank you very much. And then I think I had another question related. Yeah, I'm just concerned whether or not this is really a good time to, I guess, sort of look at expanding or even analyzing any transit usage just because of the pandemic that's sort of thrown all of our transit systems into disarray. I guess maybe just sort of your take on how the pandemic has impacted transit, I guess, throughout the region. And
Sure,
should we wait for a bit more of a recovery?
So I'll be happy to comment on that. When I was having my initial discussions with the board in early 2021, I made it abundantly clear to the board that the business case, the financials that were included in the business case, which were based on pre-COVID ridership, pre-COVID financial information, that had to be redone. There was no question that the continued reliance on pre-COVID ridership and financials was detrimental to this organization, and I sought the board's approval throughout the recruitment process to make sure we engage in a review of all of those business case numbers. That is what I'm focused on doing over the course of the next 4 months. There is no question that the expectations that were in the original business case with regards to opening day service, those are the things that we need to take a sober second look at, given the current ridership numbers, given the current financials. There is, however, no flaw in the original business case supposition that through the combination and through the integration of these individual transit services, there will be savings that are realized. That is the fundamental premise of this. Now,
and those savings would be for the city of Edmonton or for the other municipalities?
So the savings will be shared proportionately by all 8 shareholders, all 8 members, all 8 owners of this commission. That is the fundamental premise.
And okay, so that's the premise. Will your work plan provide the data, the evidence to support that?
We're certainly going to provide the data that supports the overall best feasible implementation of an integrated plan. Because the original business case was developed prior to COVID, it identified potential savings that currently today do not make sense. It identified savings relative to pre-COVID conditions. What we're going to be identifying, or what we're putting together now, is a service plan that will achieve the savings that are applicable to today in today's climate.
Thank you.
My time's up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a few more questions. I'll start with some questions around local service. So recognizing that as part of the phase 1 upload, we'd be looking at, for Edmonton, 11% of our service hours immediately being used for that inter-municipal connectivity. But I guess I'm looking for clarity. So with that phase 1 contribution, is that not from local service?
So the 11% was the business case estimate of those service hours that are currently, or were at that time, being used for some of these longer distance routes within the city of Edmonton. So they were connecting various communities within Edmonton to other communities, as opposed to what I would consider more of a localized service. So these were the longer arterial-based services, and it was felt through the business case that when you look at the potential redundancy of multiple operators operating in those same corridors, by eliminating some of that duplication, you could take some of those Edmonton service hours or some of the St. Albert service hours and gain a bigger return on that investment by serving more people with those service hours, whether they're Edmonton residents or whether they're residents from another municipality that are accessing places of employment within Edmonton. So that is the kind of the fundamental premise. It's not a question of taking hours away from local service. It's simply reallocating, whether it's St. Albert service hours, Leduc service hours, or Edmonton service hours, to get the biggest return on those hours without minimizing service, without eliminating or
Right.
downgrading service.
Right, yeah, and I guess I'm just, when we talk about sort of those local service hours, I know there was mention that, that will eventually be sort of defined in partnership with member municipalities. But I guess just, I was seeking that clarity on what exactly we're talking about when we say local service hours, because my understanding, again, is that initial upload would sort of impact that space. But I'll move on to another question, actually for administration on this one. Recognizing that phase one service plan is in progress and we'll eventually get to see that. I'm wondering what type of analysis is going to be done on our end to determine, what the impact would be to Edmontonians. So I guess I'd be looking for things like GBA plus analysis, some analysis around equipment and other related assets, workforce implications, budget implications, potentially fare box recovery. There's kind of a list I have, but if you could just speak to what type of analysis we'd be doing once we have our eyes on the phase one service plan.
Councillor Salvador, our analysis would include basically everything you've covered, but I'll ask Ms. Hodde-McDonald to provide a little bit more detail on that.
Sure thing. Thanks for the question. So we are supporting the Commission's process to get an understanding of what their request will look like. And then all of those buckets that you've identified is exactly the analysis we need to do and come back with options for council. So whether that be impacts to the bus network and our current kind of BNR routes and our plans, as you mentioned, revenue impacts. We would do that gender-based analysis for sure. We have an equity analysis underway on the network as a whole, so we can layer all these things together. And then we would bring forward a report identifying different options for consideration for council, and we'd be seeking direction in advance of the four-year budget process, because it's going to be really important for us to understand how you wish to direct what this looks like so that we can then line everything up for the four-year budget deliberations.
Okay, great. And I'll loop back to that in 1 second, but I did also have a question, again, to administration, wondering if you could just talk me through sort of the benefit of Smart Fare for that regional connectivity. I think that's something I'm really excited about, and just trying to understand how far can that actually take us in facilitating regional connectivity.
Councillor Salvador, so the Smart Fare system, basically what it does is remove any boundaries from or barriers to accessing the system, because everybody is using the same platform in terms of access for payment. And the integration of to a certain extent of fare policies is underway, because we are working across the different transit networks, but we are not having different, the user is not tasked with having different payment requirements. So it all happens behind the scenes between the different agencies, and the user's experience is basically tapping that card or their phone to give them the access. And it basically makes it seamless. So it doesn't matter which entity you're getting on, the payment experience is the same.
Great. And
Sorry,
I was just going to say, do you need direction on what I asked about in terms of coming back with that information once phase one is out?
No, I'll answer that. No, we don't, Councillor, because we have to do that, and we will do all that before we come back to council with a report.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I have a few questions. Can I ask questions of City Admin at this time?
Of course.
Okay, good. Before this project was undertaken, it was the old model before the transit redesign. Is that correct?
Correct.
So
Correct.
what I'm worried about is that we premised a business case for a regional model on a certain number of partners, many of who have departed, and also a business case on an old transit model that we have since enhanced and optimized and done some really creative work on. I'm really worried about the upheaval to riders who have just gone through the transit redesign process and are figuring out, oh, this is where the number 8 goes now, and there's going to be yet more changes. So I was wondering if the administration could comment on our plan for, or the effects on stability for ridership.
Yeah, maybe I'll start and then hand over to Ms. Houghton McDonald. I think it's fair to say that there will be more changes as part of the regionalization of the transit system, but those changes are, again, meant to create the efficiencies. But we will have to, and council will see the impacts that with the options that are presented by ETS in terms of how it affects BNR and the redesign. But do you want to add anything, Carrie?
I would just kind of reinforce again, we'll do that gender-based analysis and weave it into our equity work to really highlight, both the opportunities and the impacts. And I think, we've got some other regional aspects, as mentioned, in terms of smart fare that generate, will be the first city in Canada with fare capping, which is a very positive kind of step for riders in the region. So hopefully we can weave all these elements together to talk about impacts, positive changes, and then changes that'll require a bit more work to support everybody through it, again, depending on the direction that council gives.
But I would also add one more thing, which is that we're intending to do more changes to BNR based on council's, direction to us in terms of enhancing some of the urgent action. So I say either way, there's going to be some changes. They all are meant to be progress and positive changes, not.
Yeah, no, for sure. I guess I'm worried about when I hear efficiencies, I worry that means cuts and loss of service to Edmontonians. I'm wondering, could admin clarify, is my understanding correct there?
That's not the overall intent, and you'll have an opportunity to see the options when we present them to council, and you'll evaluate for yourself based on that report that comes to council.
And I struggle with an analogy here, but maybe if we were talking about regionalizing the airport between the Calgary airport and the Edmonton airport, that it feels like we're giving up some of our best, most profitable service flights, and it's going to be really good for the region, but not good for Edmontonians. If our goal is truly to enhance transit in Alberta, wouldn't it make sense to sort of start from strength and build more in our own individual systems? Like, we already have connectivity to Sherwood Park, to St. Albert, to Fort Saskatchewan. We already have agreements. I don't see any benefit here in what's been proposed to local Edmontonian taxpayers, riders, etc. Just a lot of risk, a lot of loss of control, and I worry that it will undercut our ability to. We've made it a deliberate priority as a council to keep subsidizing rates and to try and keep rates low, even to the point where there's conversations about expanding that. And I guess my question here is I feel like we've already received enough information to say, you know what, this was a noble idea. It's not working out as intended. It's time to pack her up. So yeah, I guess. How much are we expecting? Because we're still on the hook for the cost. So I guess this is my question. We're going to study this more, put another $2 million into it. How much will all this additional study cost?
Perhaps I can jump in on that. The original estimated costs for standing up the organization were about $6.4 million. That was what was identified in the business case. We are essentially right on that mark. The work that we're talking about doing in terms of setting up, studying and working with Edmonton staff, and I want to just kind of address one thing. We keep talking about two different systems. This is one system. We're talking about one system that will benefit all of the 8 member municipalities, of which Edmonton is going to be the primary owner. So you are the owner of the majority of this, this organization. But at the end of the day, what we're talking about is an overall startup cost that is fairly close, $6.4 to $6.5 million from what was originally envisioned. So there's no additional cost. It is, standing up an organization costs some money that needs to be invested at the front end in order to gain and reap the benefits after it's been set up. That was the premise in the original business case. That has not changed. What has changed is the opening day scenario because of the impacts of COVID. That's what we're analyzing now. What we're not proposing is any kind of significant reductions in service. I've said that multiple times, and I want to make sure
But
that we
it's tomato,
clarify
tomato.
that.
We're talking about efficiencies. We're talking about Edmontonians still paying
Sorry,
more.
Michael, time. Time is out.
Okay.
Sorry. Councillor Rutherford, just, can you take it quick?
Yep.
I just want to make sure that if I understand correctly, that part of the analysis that our administration will undertake is one of the questions that Councillor Jans raised, which is very important, which is that if we're going to take high frequency, high revenue routes and transfer them over to the regional service, what impact that would have on the overall fare recovery for Edmonton and the loss of revenue and how we fill that gap. That analysis will be done, because that's a big flag.
That will absolutely be done, Your Worship. And I think, I just want to make the point that I keep on hearing terms like we're giving up this, we're giving up this. Everything we give up, we get back because we own both systems. We own ETS and we own 96% of the commission. I'm not sure if that's the right number, but the largest
Not quite that
portion.
high, but
It'd be close. So I think what we have to show council is that between the giving up to the commission and then what we get out of the commission in terms of return from that, what is the difference between that transaction through the commission versus just us going it alone at ETS? And I think we have to show council that clearly when we bring the report back.
So then when we do that, what are the timelines for that? When would you come back for that? Or when the analysis is done?
Carrie, 4 months, that's correct?
So it's contingent on whenever the commission has their service plan outlined and given to us, then our team does the detailed analysis. So I'm really hoping in early September that we're able to bring our report forward for council to review with us.
Okay, so that will be the decision, just one decision point where we can think, okay, this is not going to work, right? If it's not going to work, I hope it does, but if it doesn't, that will be one of the.
That's one just for phase one, I would say.
Phase one,
There will be multiple gateways,
yeah.
or if council wants to do a gateway today, you could, but yes.
Okay, good. That's all I had to clarify, so I will move this will be the third round.
Second.
Councillor Rutherford, you have the chair.
Oh, yes, I'd like to call the vote. Sorry. I was just looking for it.
Councillor Jans? It's coming? Yep, we've got all the votes.
Please display the votes.
That was carried.
That was carried.
Yeah, and I'll take the chair back. All right, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks for the conversation. And I think, you know, that is really important in terms of the language you use and what we're giving up and what we get back. And I think maybe that's just an area where I'm not clear is the ownership or the governance. So does the city of Edmonton have a majority stakeholder voting position?
Yes, through the chair. The way that the voting structure has been set up is when it comes to those types of matters that require what is known as a special resolution of the board, which is essentially all the financial matters as well as the service planning matters. There is a weighted voting structure, even though each municipality has one board member. In the case of a special resolution, there is a specially defined weighted voting structure, which essentially means that Edmonton has to agree to whatever is being proposed for those types of matters.
But does only Edmonton have to agree? Like
No, not only Edmonton, but it's kind of a 2/3 weighted structure and reflecting 2/3 of the financial contributions, of which Edmonton is going to be the major financial contributor.
We're not it's not autonomous. We would always have to have the agreement of at least one other member.
Yeah, so I would have to take a specific look at the governance bylaw. I think, in essence, for the vast majority of the regular policy issues, it's a majority of the board that carries. But in the case of these matters, and I don't have the governance bylaw in front of me, that's where this weighted voting structure would come into play.
Sure, and that's work for me to do, to dig back into that and learn more about how that's structured.
And I can certainly provide that to you.
Sure, thank you. I did want to put a motion on the floor, and I know we have the receipt for information, and I heard Mr. Corbold, you didn't feel that we needed a motion, but I do think that there have been enough pieces sort of touched on that I would have a level of comfort in having a motion about the type of analysis we'd like to see back from administration. Just to also, clearly set out as well that we do have questions about how this is impacting our services. So I don't know what's in order at this point. Madam Clerk?
Yeah, so there's actually a motion on the floor right now,
Receive
so
information.
you can't put another motion on the floor.
It could be a subsequent too.
Okay, great. I think moving it as a subsequent makes sense to me
Might be more clean that way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I yield my time, thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright?
Hi, thank you very much. My first question is for Ms. Houghton McDonald. With the bus network redesign, we've had the opportunity to come back, I think, directly to you. What is it, 4 or 5 times a year that we can request updates or revisions to the?
That is correct. So 5 times a year, we make our adjustments to the network.
Okay, and I appreciate that you've given us the opportunity to have some of the newer developing neighborhoods out here in Spomathappy have that reassessed. Will this be the same process under the regional transit system? Like, can we go directly to your department and or to your branch and ask? Or would we have to go through the regional transit system?
So I think that some of the processes we would need to iron out, it would be a commission decision for their related service plan. So we would have to work out a process for that. Any requests for their service would have to go to them for consideration.
Okay, so it wouldn't be that direct connection. Okay, maybe not. Maybe?
I would say we don't know yet. So that's some of the detail we'll have to work out. We wouldn't have any authority over their services and service plan. So it would have to go as a request from from any of the municipalities to the commission for consideration.
So it's more of an arm's length relationship than.
That's right. So they're a third party with their own board of directors, a separate entity providing the service to the participating municipalities. So we'll have to work out how those service requisitions take place.
So we'd lose that sort of control and connection like with the EPS, with a separate commission, right?
I would say that there would be a change in that you wouldn't have direct control through one of the operating branches of the city. It would be different.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then I guess for, I'm not sure, someone else in admin maybe. So I am concerned that we're going to be on the hook for even more, and just wondering if we should maybe cut our losses now, using that line of credit just to keep paying the line of credit. Just really eats away at me, especially coming from sort of from the banking sector. And then the other thing that I'm concerned with is they keep saying about working with Edmonton staff. What's the cost of the resources for our Edmonton staff to be working on this? And are any other of the municipalities bearing any of this burden?
So Councillor, currently, the work that we've been doing within the commission has been part of the regular work that we've had in our work plan. We haven't encountered any additional costs yet. I can't speak to what the other municipalities are specifically putting forward, but perhaps Mr. Jankowski could identify that.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, so certainly the situation with Edmonton is different by virtue of this two-stage transition. Our discussions with the other municipalities are around transitioning their full service into this organization to affect the early 2023 start of operations. So their staff are engaged in a comparable way, but the discussion is a little different because what we're talking about is reaching an understanding around A, what opening day service for the intermunicipal part will look like, B, what the continuation of local service delivery within that municipality will look like, and C, how will that service, how will those services be transitioned into or under the EMTSC control over the course of the next year. But those municipalities are dealing with us, and their staff are continuing to be engaged through the resolution of all three of those categories of issues.
So they're looking at how to reallocate those 4,100 or odd service hours that City of Edmonton is giving up. Is that right?
No, what they're looking at is the transition of the services that they are currently delivering directly. So, for example, in the case of the City of St. Albert, through the operation of St. Albert Transit, they're looking at the transition of those contracts, the transition of that fleet that's delivering those services, the facilities, control of the facilities. They're looking at figuring out how is it that all of that will be accomplished over the course of the next 12 months.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you.
Councillor Rice? Councillor Rice?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mayor. I don't have questions. I just want to speak to the motion on the floor right now.
Okay, then wait, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jens, you wanna speak to it too as well? Okay. All right, we have motion on the floor. We have no more questions. And we have 9 minutes before we break. And I will go to Councillor Rice. You are the first one to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I just want to say I really appreciate for this integrated transit services has been done on phase one as a result and provided to us and for so many delegation speakers and talk about what's the key benefits and could for the Edmonton region. I think from that strategic level and look at what is strategic goal our city council would like to achieve, how this is aligned. And then I would like to say, I can say from long-term perspective, if we are talking about we make a decision and based on phase by phase, and we also look at the long-term outcome and how this could benefit our city, how could it benefit our Edmontonians. So I'm going to support. So today's be received, the motion received, this report be received and for information. And also I would like to say, yes, we have lots of concern regarding the financial investment and also regarding the readership and also regarding how this could benefit and to our Edmontonians who actually use our public transit system. And this type of research, and I'm looking forward to see the analysis results come back to demonstrate, yes, this project is a collaboration and between it and municipal cities. Let me change that. Sometimes my English doesn't work. Let me change that way. But I really think if we look at our city's economic development, if we look at our city's long-term future, and that we should to give the opportunity to explore is there anything in this integrated transit services actually can benefit to that. And so that is one thing. Another thing, I would like to say, yes, I understand from all the information and from today, and thank you very much for my colleagues' questions and also for all the wonderful answers. This is not take our service away, and is about the service and how we can leverage and even with the wider resources and to support our current existing public transit. So if that is the case, why we can just give the opportunity to explore that and to say what could happen and what could positive change made for our city if we are seeking to attract 2 million people to our city and how this could contribute to that long-term goal. And so with that say, and then I didn't ask too many questions, and but I want to say I support the motion on the floor. And then also I want to say thank you, administration demonstrated very clear. You don't need a direction for us to provide some other analysis you're going to do and the work is underway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quick. This has been a very long journey. This conversation started many years ago. It wasn't COVID driven. It was driven by a lot of other factors. I just want to put one thought out there, and that is that what municipalities usually do is when they need more room, they expropriate. Edmonton has been the same, and we see what the results of that are. And the mounting costs of expansion and the difficulty of providing service. We're in such a state that it's going to take us decades to right size the expenditures to the needs of the public. So what often happens as well is municipalities get bigger and towns start to abut each other is they either do something like the Vancouver model, or they do something like other models where smaller areas get sort of absorbed into and in some ways appropriated into the larger city. We have no desire to do that at the City of Edmonton. It doesn't help us and it doesn't help the surrounding municipalities. But what does help is when we engage in what's called shared investment for shared benefit, where we retain our independence, we retain our own local governments, and what we do is we align ourselves rather than politically, we align ourselves economically. And part of that is how we provide services to our various populations. That's what this. That's what's driving this primarily. How do we grow? How do we ensure that we retain that partnership and independence with the region? And how do we all sort of walk together rather than competing for resources? Moves like this allow us to align our voice and align the vision and align the service in a way that not only saves money, but also attracts more investment and attracts more grant money and attracts more support. We don't lose anything in this equation. We actually only gain. And I, for one, am extremely curious to see that business case. I am not interested in shutting the door on something midstream, especially when we are on the verge of actually getting the answers to the questions that have been asked today. So I would hope that council supports this, because this is not a final decision. And we cannot make a final decision because we don't have everything in front of us yet. So we need to make informed decisions, and that's why I'm supporting this, because I want that information. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I see no other names on the list, and I'll go to Councillor Cartmel to close.
Thank you. I have nothing further to offer.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Please, I'll call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and we will be back at 3:45, and Councillor Stevenson has a subsequent motion, right? Okay. Order. I'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright,
I'm here.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Tang,
Hello, hello.
Councillor Hamilton,
Hello, bonjour.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Here.
and Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, so Councillor Stevenson, you have a subsequent.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, I will read it in so that that administration report back to council with a summary of the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Services Commission Phase 1 Service Plan and operational analysis of the plan's impact on 1, ETS transit network, neighborhoods served, and transit riders, including a gender-based analysis. 2, ETS transit ridership and fare revenue. 3, City of Edmonton transit fleet, equipment, and other related assets. 4, the city's workforce. And 5, the ETS branch operating budget to inform council's decision-making in the City of Edmonton's 2023-2026 operating budget. And if I can have a seconder, I'll just speak very briefly to it.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to put this in to just set out, some of the key things that I'm really looking forward to understanding further once the analysis has been done. Again, the promise of regional transit is a great one, and certainly one that I want to fully investigate and ensure that its promise can be realized, and that Edmontonians and residents in the whole region will benefit from that. So that's the intent of making the motion, and I will leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, this is a question for Ms. Houghton McDonald. You had mentioned earlier in response to Councillor Salvador that there is kind of a body of work that will be coming back. And I think I heard a lot of that being covered in this motion. So I just want to check with you on that, and do you feel there's any additional things here that you didn't mention?
Thank you for that. I think there's good alignment. This would anchor the timing and kind of anchor it to the importance of getting that service plan from the commission. So I think from that perspective, it can be helpful in connecting. But yes, we were already planning on kind of, doing some of the analysis on those technical elements for sure, to understand and develop options.
That's great. And so that was going to be my other piece of the question, is the timeline. And so if it helps, if it lines up well with the service plan, just wanted to understand if the Q3 timeline is realistic. And is that on track with what you were already planning in terms of coming back?
Thank you. So our understanding is that they should have their plan to us hopefully by the end of summer. So sometime, in August, I'm hopeful to get my hands on it. Then we have a team of 3 or 4 of us that are going to roll up our sleeves, dig in, do that analysis, and start writing our report. It'll be an expedited report, so I'm okay with Q3. I think we can achieve that. If for some reason the commission is delayed with their plans, we would absolutely inform council and request an adjustment at that time.
Great. Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm ready to speak to it when the time is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So before I go to Councillor Paquette, this is the work you're going to do anyways. I don't want to get a whole debate on this, right? And we have so many other things to look after. So to discuss and work on. So if we could, either way, we vote on it. Either way, I think good work is going to be done anyways, right, Mr. Corbo?
Yeah, Your Worship, we're going to do all this work anyways. We have to do it by the timeline, but if council feels better doing a motion,
yeah,
it doesn't change our life.
Yeah.
Other than
no additional resources required, you're going to do this work anyways, right? So
yeah.
Okay.
Other than I would say that if we get a whole bunch of if we get a whole bunch of motions over time that are directing us to do the work that is our responsibility to do anyways,
yeah.
I just don't quite understand the intent of that, because it's every motion creates. It's not just the technical work behind it, it's the presentation, it's the debates, it's all the other stuff. So it does create more work than is necessary, in my opinion.
Got it.
There's nothing in here that bothers us because we're doing it anyways.
Yeah, okay. I think that's good perspective to have, because for us to know that it does create additional work, even though. Okay, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Along those lines, and just to the mover, I'm wondering if you would consider withdrawing the motion, considering the work is already going to be done and there's actually no new work in the motion. Just thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you. We had some discussion over the break. I still feel comfortable moving it forward. I think it provides clarity in terms of signaling where council is at, which is, that we are supportive of a regional transit system, or at least this is I should speak for myself, very supportive of a regional transit system, but needing to have additional information to confirm that it's what's best for Edmontonians and for the region. So it's to look back and not just say, hey, we've been green lighting this all along. Now there's concerns, or now there's something that we have questions about. Just being clear that, yeah, we require further information to make informed decisions.
Okay, thank you. It just seems that we're already getting that information. So to administration, I don't know how to put this. Are you unclear with the priorities of council?
Nope.
Okay.
Sorry. I hope that I was just, yeah.
No, that's good. That's
and I think a lot of the questions raised today are very helpful.
Yeah,
for
I
us
agree.
as we bring this work back.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I support everything about the motion. I just don't support the making of the motion. I think that it's really, really well-intentioned for sure. But I'm so cognizant of the fact that our administration has already stretched the limit, and we keep adding more work to them without that consideration. And of course, administration is probably not going to say no ever to any motion we make. They will just keep adding it to the pile. And it's a little bit of a concern. I don't think it sets a good precedent, since we already know everything in this is going to happen. So I support everything about it, just not the actual making of the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I see no more questions. Anyone to speak to this? Councillor Tang, you said you want to speak to this when time comes. Is this your time?
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Sorry, just before I do that, just one quick question to Mr. Corbell. When is the next time the regional transit conversation comes back to council? Do you have a sense?
It'll come back roughly the same time as the dates in this motion, which speaks to, I think, Ms. Houghton McDonald's comment that this is well anchored from a time perspective. We have to come back. The only exception to that, Councillor Tang, would be if the commission doesn't get us that work by August, then we would probably come back to council and say, hey, but I don't think that's going to be a problem at this point. Or if there's any other things that happen, then we would take it on our own to come back to council and tell you that we've got an issue, and we won't save that information.
Thank you. Thank you. So the work will go on regardless for the presentation and stuff. So, I just want to, I guess, speak to the sense, regional development and partnership is an important part of my platform when I ran about fair and focused growth. And Ward Garehio that I represent borders Beaumont, and during the campaign, I've met a lot of people who ask about regional infrastructure. Many of them live in the suburbs close to the border because they work in Beaumont and still have access to all that Edmonton has to offer. And similarly, I've met a lot of people from Beaumont who commute into Edmonton to recreate, shop, work, and gather with their respective communities. And thinking on a regional scale makes sense to me. So I want to see regional transit work. I absolutely do. And who doesn't want, increased efficiency and improved services, et cetera. And as much as downtown vibrancy is an important part of the objective, we have to remember that the majority of the jobs in Edmonton are actually in industrial areas, which currently see very limited transit services. And I think it's important to emphasize from today's conversation that we want those things, but not at the expense of public service and decreased service level for Edmontonians. And I know there's a lot of heavy lifting going on in the background right now within administration for adjustment to improve current service delivery, never mind new services commencing, which with the regional work, it feels like it's just around the corner. And I say that so I don't want to lose that piece. And as newly elected officials, I recognize we still have a lot of catching up to do. I know there's a whole history to this file. And despite that, I also heard there are still relationship gaps to mend, in my opinion, that is needed to build public confidence. And so today's presentation was certainly informative with a lot of answers still to come. And without actually having tried, regional transit and not even having answers to everything, I think it will be really premature to put a stop to this opportunity, like some of my colleagues have mentioned. I also heard a lot of commitment to work with each municipality to not privatize public service, to improve delivery, to build relationships with a variety of stakeholders, including transit unions. And I look forward to following this conversation through council meetings, through administration and my colleagues to ensure that these pieces are followed through diligently. And I think with this motion on the table right now, if it's gonna get us the information we need to ensure the best interest of Edmontonians in this regional conversation, information that is gonna happen on a timeline that's gonna be happening anyways, then this is what it takes to build buy-in and accountability, then this is what I'm willing to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright?
Hi, thank you very much. I appreciate this motion being put forward as I think it provides some specific direction. I found the presentation and some of the answers to the questions to be a little vague. So I do like the details that this is seeking out. And I also want to make sure that there's no duplication of what's already happening or in the works with ETS. I do recognize the importance of having the regional collaboration, but I do just need to have some questions answered, and I think this motion provides that clarity, or hope it will provide that clarity for me.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be really brief. First, I just want to thank the entire delegation for their time today, and to administration for their ongoing work. For me, I think that this motion provides that additional layer of clarity. It applies a high degree of rigor that I think is necessary in order to make an informed decision. And absolutely, there's huge opportunity with regional connectivity, both economic, social, environmental, and really think that in order to make the best decision that's in the interest of Edmontonians, we need this information. So looking forward to following this work and eventually getting it back in front of us. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair quickly, please?
So taken.
I like the intent, but I'm not going to support it because often I ask questions to administration on things that I need clarification on. And when they tell me that and I ask them often if they need a motion or a direction, and if they tell me they don't need a direction, if they already were doing their work, then I leave them to do their work. And so far, I have not been disappointed where I had questions and those questions were not answered to the satisfactory of what my expectations were. All of these questions will be answered by administration, and they will do this work. I don't think this motion is redundant in that sense. I don't think it's necessary to set that kind of precedent. When administration says they'll do the work, they will do the work. And if they don't do the work, then maybe we will notice something. Then these kind of motions might be required. Then at this time, I have every indication so far that when they listen to us carefully, which they do listen to us very carefully, and whenever we raise those questions, they note those questions, they provide answer to those questions, and I think we don't need to get into the habit of making motions that create not duplication, but I think that seems to be redundant. So that's why I would not support this. And I will take the chair back.
So given.
And Councillor Stevenson to close.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize that this took up time. Again, the intent was just appreciating that we don't want to create redundancies and that we have a high level of confidence in the work that administration does and the way that they respond to the information we need. I think the motions are an important record of our collective interests and the questions that we have, and I think that this motion is a way to have those on the record and be clear about the questions that we will be asking and the due diligence we'll be doing to ensure that regional transit has the promised benefits to Edmontonians. So regardless of the outcome of this vote, I really appreciate the work that city administration will be undertaking and look forward to delving into these results later this fall. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right. We are going into our, no more. I'm just going to call if any other questions on this item before we move forward to the next item. I don't see any. Oh, nothing? Okay. All right. We are going into 6.2 and 6.3. Can they be cross-referenced?
Yes, absolutely.
Because questions might be similar, so would somebody move that we cross-reference?
You don't need to, if you all would like it that way. I believe there's one presentation for both, so if that works for council, it's good for us.
Okay, let's cross-reference them. Any issues for council members? So we'll discuss them at both items at the same time. So I don't see nobody raising any issues.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Yes, Councillor Rice?
So the only issue is 6.2 is for decision making required, and another item is just for information only.
Does that change any? Yeah, so we would have to vote on the items separately, Councillor Rice. So we will vote on the items separately. Yeah, good. Okay. All right, thank you. So over to administration.
Great, thank you very much, Your Worship and Council. Today we're presenting the December 31st, 2021 operating and capital financial year-end results, including a discussion of certain reserves and the carry forward of operating surplus to be used in 2022. Stacey Padbury, the Deputy City Manager of Financial and Corporate Services and CFO, and Harm Rai, Deputy City Treasurer and Branch Manager of Financial Services, and Felicia Mathardy, Corporate Economist, will be presenting the financial results to you today. As always, all members of the LT are here to address any specific questions related to either operational or capital updates. 3 times a year, administration provides operating and capital financial update reports to council so you can understand our financial performance against the annual operating and capital budgets. This is part of our commitment towards consistency, timely and transparent financial reporting, and to being accountable to council and to Edmontonians for how we invest public dollars. As governors of this organization, support if you understand any significant variances we have encountered to help you manage the corporation and make well-informed financial decisions. The financial results will also allow you to gain an understanding of the overall financial health of the city. We budget based on the best available information and our experiences and knowledge of business operations. At the end of the day, budgets are estimates, and we expect there to be variations as the year unfolds. Overall, as you will see, on a $3 billion operating budget, the city does a very good job of performing within that budget, with a variance this year of only 1.7% of the tax-supported operating expense budget. Variances like this are common and expected, particularly when we are budgeting for unpredictable things like weather or the continued impacts and instability caused by the pandemic. Stacey and Harm will expand on this further in the presentation. Before I turn things over to my colleagues, I want to thank our staff in financial services and leaders throughout our organization for their careful management through the volatile environment over the past 2 years. It's been particularly challenging to do this during a pandemic. Many difficult choices needed to be made to keep our budgets balanced through unforeseen expenses and revenue losses of the pandemic. I also want to thank our staff for delivering excellent service within tighter constraints and more uncertainty. And we're very pleased to deliver a year-end result on the positive side of the ledger. And I'll now ask Stacey and team to provide the details of the financial update. Thank you.
Thank you. Today we'll start with an economic update with information on the labor market, employment rate, and consumer inflation. We'll then move on to provide the 2021 capital financial update touching on the budget cycle spend, significant capital project results, and a high-level review of debt. Following this, we'll provide an overview of the operating financial results for enterprise and utility programs and tax-supported operations. And we'll complete the presentation with a review of the operating budget carry-forward requests and the impact of the surplus on the financial stabilization reserve, as well as an update on other specific reserves. To start off, I will turn things over to our corporate economist, Felicia Muthiardi.
Thank you so much, Stacey, and good afternoon, everyone. So we will begin with an economic update that will focus on two areas, the labor market recovery and inflation. So starting with this slide, here are three indicators that can help us gauge labor market conditions. And what I've done here is quantify where each indicator was last quarter relative to its worst point during the crisis and its 2019 average, which I use as a benchmark. To interpret this, 100% is considered fully recovered. Anything below means that there's still room to recover. Now, a bit of background. The unemployment rate, the most often cited labor stat, it tells us the share of folks who are actively participating in the labor market who are without work. But how do we measure participation? Through the participation rate, which tells us the share of folks 15 years and over, also known as the working age population, who are either employed or looking for work, which combined makes up active participants in the labor market. Finally, we have the employment rate. The employment rate tells us the share of our working age population who are employed. Now, generally, labor market conditions are improving if the unemployment rate is coming down, while the participation and employment rates are going up, which is what has generally been happening in our labor market recovery up to the last quarter of 2021. Based on the progress made in the region's unemployment rate, one might think the labor market recovery is complete. However, there is still room for improvement as there are fewer individuals actively participating in the regional labor market and fewer individuals employed as a share of the working age population. Next slide, please. Taking a closer look at that employment rate between males and females and by age group, we can clearly see which groups are lagging behind. Males 55 years and older, and female youths, so those between the ages of 15 and 24 years. Now, I can't speak for all males aged 55 years and older, but it is likely that the employment rate differential can be explained in part by retirement since the pandemic's onset, by choice or not, and those folks no longer participating in the labor market altogether. As for female youths, even though the differential is the greatest, the employment rate has significantly improved. Next slide, please. Now on to consumer inflation. As you can see here, consumer inflation has been running high over the last year. The 2021 average was 3%, which is a bit elevated. If we take a bit of a longer view, the annual average rate of consumer inflation was about 2% each year between 2019 and 2021, which is within a stable range. However, this wouldn't be as concerning if we knew that pressures would ease this year in a meaningful way and bring us back to that relatively stable range of 2%. This past January, the consumer inflation rate was 4.6%, so still very elevated. Inflationary pressures, largely related to supply chain disruptions and energy prices, have been far more persistent than expected, and we will likely revise up our expectations for this year and next to reflect this. I like to note that price pressures have been running high, not just for consumers, as reflected in the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, which is charted here, but for sectors as well. For example, we've been hearing from the construction sector about how supply chain disruptions have been affecting operations and that they have already been forced to make trade-offs because the operating environment has not only become more costly, but the availability of materials has been difficult to predict. And that for us represents a key downside risk to our economic performance, at least over the short term. And that could impact the city's budgetary performance, particularly on the capital side. I'd like to close this economic update, though, on a positive note. Edmonton's population has been growing, which has been a bright spot because a growing population helps support growth in our economy. We got a first taste of the 2021 federal census results recently, and our city's population was the 5th highest across Canadian cities. We also received confirmation that our population had crossed the 1 million mark. Now, we think that happened sometime in 2018, but the federal census provided us with additional confirmation. And that's exciting because it brings us closer to our next city plan population milestone. I will now turn things over to Harm to provide a capital and operating financial update for 2021.
Thanks, Felicia. So now let's move on.
let's move on to the financial results for 2021, starting with capital. The capital report presents the December 31st, 2021 capital financial results, gives an update on significant projects and results against the 2019 to 2022 capital budget, includes an update on debt, and finally includes economic indicators as they pertain to capital. Next slide. So of the total approved 2019 to 2022 capital budget, 7.4 billion is for capital expenditures in the 2019 to 2022 timeframe, while the remaining 4.3 billion is for the period after 2022. This is reflected on the left bar in the chart. As of December 31st, 2021, which is 3/4 of the way through this 4-year budget cycle, the city has expended 3.7 billion, reflecting 49.1% of the 7.4 billion planned expenditures for the 2019 to 2022 period, as reflected in the middle on the middle bar. So for comparison, at the 3/4 point of the previous 4-year cycle, the city had expended 3 billion, reflecting 49.6% of the planned expenditures for that same period, which is shown on the right bar. Next slide. So the charts on this slide represent significant profile status weighted by the project's approved budget relative to the total capital budget, and then compared to the previous reporting period, which in this case is the September 2021 results. The left chart is budget status and the right chart is schedule status. The previous quarter is displayed alongside the current quarter to visualize the trending of project status throughout the cycle. So as indicated in the charts, 99.9% of the capital budget is reporting within an acceptable tolerance for budget, as seen on the left. And 80.4% of the capital budget is reporting acceptable tolerance for schedule, as seen on the right. Projects within the green or yellow status are considered to be within an acceptable tolerance. The large swing in the schedule status chart is due to Valley Line Southeast and 50th Street grade separation now reporting outside of the acceptable tolerance due to the revised estimated completion dates. Red, yellow, and green project status are further explained in attachment 2 of the capital report. The significant project reporting is updated quarterly for projects being removed for various reasons, such as being substantially complete or reduced below the 20 million budget threshold, as well as new projects added that meet significant project criteria. Details on this can be found in the report as well. Next slide. So now moving on to debt, the city is subject to limits both for total debt and debt servicing by the Municipal Government Act. Debt servicing consists of principal and interest payments on debt. The total debt limit is 2 times the city's consolidated revenues, and the debt servicing limit is set at 35% of those same revenues. So as indicated by the graph, the city is within the borrowing limits established by the MGA. As of December 31st, 2021, the city has reached 59% of the MGA debt limit. The chart on this slide shows the city's total debt is peaking in 2025 at 4.9 billion and 74.7% of the projected debt limit in 2024, which is primarily a result of a few significant debt finance projects such as Valley Line Southeast, Yellowhead Trail Freeway conversion, and Valley Line West, and the recent approvals of Lewis and Coronation Recreation Centers. So it's not shown on this slide, but the city is also well within the MGA debt servicing limits and its own more conservative debt service limits outlined in the debt management fiscal policy. Projections are based on currently approved debt projects and are updated quarterly. In December 2021, the province announced new loan pricing for local authorities, which includes an increase of approximately 0.5% to 0.7% over rates the city received in the past. The city is assessing the impact this will have on the budget as well as borrowing capacity for capital in the future. This does mean that the cost of debt will increase on new debt we borrow for capital projects, and we will be using more of our debt servicing room. This is something that we're closely monitoring. Next slide. Moving on to the operating financial results. The operating report reflects the December 31st, 2021 operating results compared to the approved budgets for enterprise and utility operations, tax-supported operations, and community revitalization levy programs. The operating report also provides an update on the financial stabilization reserve and other specific reserves, and includes recommendations for operating budget carried forwards, as well as providing an economic update. Next slide. So I'll start first with enterprise and utility operations. Waste Services ended the year with a favorable variance of 14.5 million due to lower than anticipated costs for processing organic waste, contract savings from the cart rollout program, lower amortization, lower personnel costs due to vacancies, various other expense savings, as well as forgiveness of a non-regulated loan from the city. The revised schedule for Enercom shutdown also contributed to the favorable variance. This is partially offset by an increase in scope for decommissioning of the landfill related to the post-closure liability and a write-off of assets under construction related to council's approval to cancel the organics processing facilities. Land Enterprise has a net favorable variance of $15.6 million, resulting from higher than expected land sales due to market conditions and sales mix. Market conditions, however, were not favorable for land sales for Blatchford redevelopment, resulting in a 9.5 unfavorable variance. Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility has a 0.8 million favorable variance due to lower amortization and interest costs as fewer assets were capitalized than anticipated. Next slide. Before discussing the details of the 2021 tax-supported operating results, we just wanted to take a moment to reflect back on the unusual and volatile circumstances we continue to face as a result of the pandemic. Over the past 2 years, the world has coped with one of the most volatile economic climates in recent memory. The city has managed our finances prudently throughout this period. If you recall, for 2021, the estimated budget impact of COVID on tax-supported operations was $152 million. Revenue budgets were adjusted downward to reflect lower than expected demand in transit, parking, and community recreation facilities, along with lower than anticipated revenues in other areas. Expense budgets were increased in consideration of additional costs resulting from COVID, including personnel protective equipment, enhanced cleaning, and personnel costs related to backfilling and isolation pay. The COVID budget impacts were offset by various funding strategies in the same amount, including use of COVID-19 funds within the appropriated financial stabilization reserve, expense management strategies, and additional revenue strategies as reflected above on the right-hand side of the slide. As a part of the mid-year financial reporting, administration reviewed the COVID-19 2021 estimates and revised them downwards by $17.3 million, and accordingly released $7.3 million in COVID-19 funding no longer required in 2021 back to the appropriate FSR, which were subsequently used to offset a portion of the 2022 estimated COVID impacts. The year-end budget reflected in the operating report incorporates the resulting COVID-19 budget adjustment. The pandemic's long-term financial effects remain uncertain. We will speak more to the 2022 COVID impacts and previously approved funding strategies near the close of this presentation. Next slide. Throughout 2021, we continued to make very careful financial decisions across the organization in consideration of the volatile environment we are operating in today. As a result of sound financial management practices and other external factors, we ended 2021 with a year-end tax-supported operating surplus of $51.9 million, which equates to 1.7% of our $3 billion tax-supported operating expense budget. Although the surplus is a small portion of our overall tax-supported operating budget, it will make a big difference to the stability of our finances in the unpredictable years ahead, and we must be responsible in its use. We will discuss the use of surplus funds later in the presentation. It was important for us to set this context before we explain the factors leading to the tax-supported surplus. Next slide. This slide identifies the most significant variances contributing to the year-end tax-supported surplus position of $51.9 million. As mentioned earlier, a large part of the surplus was generated as a result of the city continuing its cost management practices during 2021 in order to manage the impacts of COVID-19, which can be seen by the personnel vacancy management practices, resulting in a large portion of the personnel and overall variance. Significant variances were either due to COVID impacts or factors outside administration's control. The main factors contributing to the variance include lower personnel costs, mainly due to vacancy management across the city in order to manage expenditures, and delays in hiring within Edmonton Transit Services as a result of COVID restrictions in the first part of the year. These favorable variances are partially offset by higher sick leave coverage organization-wide related to the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as overtime in fire rescue services resulting from greater than expected emergency calls. The financial strategy's favorable variance of 9.8 million is due to less than expected budget required for fuel and utility costs in 2021, as well as other corporate-wide costs, and also reflects unbudgeted legal settlements. The snow and ice control favorable budget variance is the result of lower than expected snowfall in the first quarter of the year, leading to lower costs for contract work and hired equipment and materials. The variance is partially offset by unbudgeted costs to remove accumulated sand piles at snow storage facilities. The energy rebates program ended with a favorable variance due to delayed rebate payments, as recipients had not yet met eligibility requirements to receive those payments. The favorable variance for fleet maintenance was driven by limited resources in transit fleet maintenance from COVID-19 staff illnesses, requiring deferral of work that was not legislated or required, and less maintenance needed for buses due to lower than expected distance driven. The higher than budgeted property tax penalties experienced was due to the sustained economic downturn affecting taxpayers' ability to pay. Unfavorable variances include lower on-street construction and maintenance revenue due to lower than expected demand and duration of permits following introduction of fees for the permits. Higher than expected software licensing costs for Enterprise Commons, and lower revenue for Edmonton Transit Services fares and advertising, as well as lower recreation center revenues as a result of lower demand during the pandemic. Additional details of the other year-end projected variances are available within the report. Next slide. So this table summarizes the use of the tax-supported surplus and its impact on the unappropriated financial stabilization reserve. So prior to the consideration of the surplus and carry forward recommendations, the FSR began with a balance of $121.7 million. In accordance with our reserve policy, the tax-supported surplus is transferred to the unappropriated FSR each year, as reflected in this table. The $51.9 million surplus, which is one-time funding, is transferred to the FSR. Recommendation 4 in the report is for carry forward of the 2021 expense budgets committed but not utilized during the year, where the funds are still required to complete the operating projects in 2022. This would result in a draw from the FSR where the surplus was transferred to in order to fund those one-time expenditures in 2022. The total carry forward request is for $19.4 million. We will discuss the more significant carry forward requests on the next slide. City Council also pre-committed $6.4 million of the 2021 tax-supported surplus to be set aside for purposes of offsetting the estimated COVID-19 budget impacts in 2022. This was included as a part of the COVID-19 2022 financial impacts and funding strategy approved by Council in the fall 2021 budget deliberations. On February 22nd, City Council approved $1.1 million for the Transit Safety Plan and $4.8 million for the Bridge Housing Transition Plan, with funding from the FSR as reflected in the table. After considering these items, the FSR balance is $141.9 million, which is above the estimated preliminary minimum FSR balance of $112.3 million and below the target balance of $186.4 million. The minimum and maximum balances are calculated as 5% and 8.3% of the city's 2021 tax-supported expenditures, which will be finalized in the city's year-end consolidated financial statements, which are provided to City Council in mid-April. Attachment 2 to the report, to the operating report, provides more detailed information on operating carry forward requests and the FSR balance. I'll now pass it on to Stacy to continue with the discussion.
As we alluded to earlier, retaining the tax-supported surplus funds within the financial stabilization reserve is critical to continue to manage the uncertainty and potential budget challenges in the future years. If Council approves all the recommendations in the report, including the carry forwards, which I will discuss shortly, the remaining surplus would result in an FSR balance of $141.9 million, roughly $26.9 million above the required minimum balance. I want to take a moment to emphasize the challenges that we continue to face in 2022 and the importance of maintaining the balance of the FSR in order to navigate through these uncertain times and still maintain some financial flexibility to deal with other emerging issues. Although the economic recovery is well underway, we are not in a position to know the impacts of continuing global uncertainties. The funds over the minimum can be considered as possible one-time funding sources for any emerging needs in 2022, including additional COVID impacts not already considered, capital work council may want to advance in 2022 and onward, economic recovery efforts in our community or support for vulnerable populations, the economic risks associated with ongoing supply chain disruptions and continued inflationary escalations due to the pandemic and global political issues, such as the recent surge we've seen in fuel prices. It's still early to assess the overall impact of fuel prices on the city's operating budget. When combined with overall usage volumes and the uncertainty related to the prolonged nature of escalating prices. However, maintaining funds in the FSR provides us with the flexibility to manage these unknown circumstances over the course of 2022. Maintaining the balance in the FSR will also allow financial flexibility to address additional expenses in 2022 resulting from increased snowfall in January and February of this year and the additional blading cycle approved by council last fall up to the end of April 2022. At the end of February 2022, the city has already spent 2/3 of its annual snow and ice control budget. Assuming normal weather patterns for the remainder of the year, the snow and ice control program will be underfunded. We're still carefully analyzing the year-to-date 2022 financial results and will provide a more formal update in the future through our operating financial updates. It's important to note that the tax-supported surplus is the only real funding source for the financial stabilization reserve. And while this tax-supported surplus is a small amount when compared with the overall tax-supported operating budget, an increase to the balance of the FSR provides us the flexibility and ability to manage emergent financial needs without further impacting our budgets. And lastly, as a reminder, the FSR is a one-time funding source, and it should not be used to fund ongoing budget needs. This is a key budget principle used by the city to ensure fiscal stability. Funding an ongoing expense with one-time funding results in the deferral and compounding of ongoing funding decisions into future years. The city has generally avoided this financial risk by following this budget principle. Next slide, please. We'll now spend some time discussing the operating budget carry forward recommendations. As discussed earlier, recommendation 4 in this report is for the carry forward of 2021 budget for expenditures that are committed but were not yet incurred in 2021. As the entire tax-supported surplus is transferred to the Financial Stabilization Reserve, this carry forward request is funded from the Financial Stabilization Reserve. These carry forwards are explained in detail in attachment 2 to the operating report, specifically Table 1, Schedule E. Carry forward recommendations in the report total $19.4 million, and they relate to support programs such as energy rebates, the Downtown Vibrancy Initiative, residential blading, sand removal, and neighborhood revitalization. I did want to spend some time discussing the residential blading carry forward request in a bit more detail. During the fall budget deliberations, council passed a motion to pilot an enhanced snow clearing standard for priority 4 or residential roads. This enhancement would include blading down to pavement and sanding, especially at intersections within communities and after major snow and ice events, using the existing 2022 budget. The snow and ice program ended the year in a surplus position in 2021. As discussed earlier, the costs of the additional blading cycle in 2022 are still being assessed. However, in order to secure some funding to pay for a portion of the additional work, we are recommending to carry forward the remaining portion of the snow and ice control program surplus into 2022. Carrying forward the remaining snow and ice surplus is a prudent way to pay for a portion of the additional costs, and we believe this aligns with the intent of council in order to fund this program, as council specifically mentioned the use of surplus in this program based on historical trends to fund the additional work. Next slide, please. The report also includes recommendations 1 to 3, which recommend carry forward of funds previously appropriated in the Financial Stabilization Reserve, or funds that are approved through other reserves and non-tax levy sources that have no impact on the unappropriated Financial Stabilization Reserve, or the surplus. Recommendation 1 is to approve the continued carry forward of items previously appropriated in the FSR and that are planned to be used in 2022. This is simply placing the budget into another fiscal year. Recommendation 2 is to address the timing of Industrial Service Fund program rebates, which are funded through the related program reserve. And lastly, recommendation 3 supports the carry forward of 2021 program commitments for the Rapid Housing Program with funding from related grants set aside in the Affordable Housing Reserve. Further details on these recommendations are also included in attachment 2 to the operating report. Next slide, please. In addition to the Financial Stabilization Reserve, the report also provides updates on 2 other significant reserves, the Planning and Development Reserve and the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve. The year-end balance for the Planning and Development Reserve is $29.5 million, which is above the minimum target. Stronger economic activity in 2021 led to an increased revenues and expenses that placed the Planning and Development Reserve in a stronger position than originally budgeted. The year-end balance for the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve for 2021 is $7.3 million. A detailed reserve schedule for 2021 and 2022 is included within the report. Due to continued decline of revenues, the Traffic Safety Reserve is anticipated to be in a deficit by the end of 2022. Administration will return later in 2022 with a report exploring options to address this challenge. We are aware that photo enforcement revenues have been gradually declining, and based on this current projections are expected to drop by $20.7 million in comparison to the budget that was in place for 2021 and 2022, a total drop of 23%. The Office of Traffic Safety and Edmonton Police Services have dedicated fixed funding that will exceed that revenue in the next year. Next slide, please. Although we're focused today on 2021 financial results, before we close, I wanted to take this opportunity to provide City Council with an update in terms of the 2022 COVID budget impact. Last fall, during the 2022 budget deliberations, City Council adjusted the 2022 operating budget on a one-time basis for the estimated operating impacts of the pandemic, along with offsetting funding strategies as reflected on this slide. The estimated impact for 2022 is $96.7 million, including decreased transit and community recreation facility revenues, as well as additional costs resulting from the pandemic. The funding strategies included use of the COVID-19 funds set aside in the appropriated Financial Stabilization Reserve, reallocation of financial strategies, the application of various other one-time funding sources, expense management strategies, and the pre-commitment of 2021 tax-supported surplus from the Financial Stabilization Reserve, which we discussed on an earlier slide. Last fall, we did not have any indication of support from other levels of government to address the 2022 impacts. On February 17th, the federal government announced that it intends to invest up to $750 million to support municipalities facing transit or operating shortfalls, in collaboration with the provinces and territories. This one-time payment will help cities maintain service levels despite decreased ridership as a result of the pandemic. To increase the impact on this investment, the federal funding was made conditional on provincial and territorial governments matching the federal contribution and accelerating their efforts to improve the housing supply in collaboration with municipalities. At the time of writing these reports, the financial updates that you're seeing today, we were not aware of the provincial match funding. On Friday, March 11th, the province formally announced that they would provide matching support to address transit budget challenges resulting from the pandemic. The details are still to be provided by the province. However, in a public statement, the Minister of Transportation stated that Alberta municipalities would be receiving a matching $79.5 million for a total of $159 million when combined with the federal funding to address lost transit revenues. The formula for allocation of these funds is similar to what was used for the public transit stream of the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program and is based on transit ridership and population. It's not yet known exactly how much of the $159 million will be allocated to Edmonton. Once those funds are received, they will be set aside within the COVID-19 funds within the appropriated financial stabilization reserve and used to offset a portion of the transit shortfalls in 2022, which are estimated to be just over $53 million for 2022. With the addition of federal and provincial funding support for transit operations, COVID funds previously approved to be offset in the With the additional federal and provincial funding, COVID funds previously approved in the 2022 COVID impacts could potentially be released back from the appropriated FSR into the unappropriated FSR. Administration will return through the spring 2022 supplemental operating budget adjustment report on April 19th, or through a standalone budget report, depending on when transit support is provided by the province, with a formal budget adjustment and recommendations related to the use of transit support and the allocation of funds previously required to offset the COVID impacts. Next slide, please. The last step in the 2021 financial reporting process, it will have the audited financial statements as of December 31st, 2021, presented at Audit Committee on April 13th. Based on the Audit Committee's recommendation, the statements will then be presented to City Council for approval on April 19th. Any significant changes to the preliminary year-end tax-supported surplus presented today will be communicated to City Council on April 19th. Typically, there are very few changes between the preliminary surplus you see today and the final tax-supported surplus included in the audited financial statements. I'll now hand it back to Mr. Corbould for closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Padbury, and to your entire team. There is a lot of detail in these financial reports, and this is because we want to make sure we give you everything we can as our governors, as your role includes monitoring the financial health of the city. Both from an operating and a capital perspective, the preliminary year-end results demonstrate the city is managing its financial resources well. From an operating perspective, we're currently projecting to finish the year with a positive variance of 1.7% compared to budget. Finishing this close to budget with an overall $3 billion operating budget represents sound fiscal management, particularly in the current environment and given that we're still feeling the volatility of the pandemic effects. The variance, in my opinion, reflects that we have been intentional and prudent in managing expenses during challenging circumstances. As an organization, we've been scrutinizing our spending to produce surplus budget funds that can be set aside in the Financial Stabilization Reserve to manage future budget impacts of COVID because the pandemic is not yet over. We will bring back a report later this year discussing options to address shortfall anticipated in the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve. From a capital perspective, the story is the same. The majority of capital projects, with the exception of the Valley Line Southeast, are on schedule and on budget, and furthermore, we are well within the city's debt and debt servicing limits. Thank you very much for your time, and we are happy to take questions.
Thank you so much for a very detailed presentation. Really appreciate all the hard work that has gone into it. We have 18 minutes before we call the day, so I'll go to Councillor Jans.
Thank you. And again, I had a couple specific questions, but overall, again, just wanted to offer appreciation for all of the work that went into this. One of the areas that I'm not sure if I read it incorrectly, but do we have a surplus position in our current snow and ice program?
You did, Counselor, have a surplus position in the 2021 program for snow and ice control, and that's what we're requesting carry forward to 2022.
Could administration help me understand how we're in a surplus position there, given the significant?
I think I can, we would have had a much more significant surplus in 21 if we had not done the additional work directed by council in October. So we used a lot of that surplus to do the piloting and the increased blading to surface based on the first couple of snowfalls and the ice conditions. So if we had not done that extra work, we would have had a much greater surplus, but that was what was helpful to do that extra work because we were able to. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, just testing audio here. We're good. So we would have had a surplus of much higher, but because we spent it at the allocation, that went forward. I'm wondering why I can't remember the number. I think it was another $6 million. Why we wouldn't have kind of used it through this year? Was it just deemed not necessary? I can think of numerous service requests I received for windrow removal or additional work on a couple of sidewalks or problem areas. It's that balance. I guess I'm looking to wonder why we didn't sort of run it down to zero.
Mr. Sebrick, do you want to comment on that?
So, Councillor, the program that you're referring to, that budget was in 2021, and Ms. Padbury's indicated that some of that would be carried over into 2022, but we were working towards doing the work in accordance with the direction provided by council, and that was as much that was expended based on the work that we could complete in basically November and December of 2021.
I guess so we just couldn't spend the money any faster? Is that what I'm hearing?
Basically, yes, we were working at capacity with our internal forces as well as our contracted resources.
Okay. I had another question. Later on down, I noticed there was this is under the Edmonton Police budget, so I'm not sure if I have to direct it to Commissioner Hamilton or Stevenson. I noticed that there was a $5.2 million allocation for vehicles that had not been delivered because of supply chain.
You can direct council members to, they can answer these questions. Do you try with administration?
Sure. I guess I was just curious about the $5.2 million vehicle carry forward. That seemed like a lot of money. And I was just hoping to get more information there about the necessity of it, considering that the Edmonton police budget was in a shortfall, I think, of $7 or $8 million.
So I can't speak to the specifics, but I can talk about carry forwards in general. And so generally carry forwards would be where an order was placed and we have committed to an expenditure, but where the expenditure wasn't recorded in the year because we had not yet received the good.
Okay. All right, I'll yield my time to the other councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Jen. Sorry, Councillor Knack. Go ahead now.
Oh, no problem at all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Just a few quick questions around the surplus. So remind me, generally we sort of strive to be within 2% of the overall operating budget. We don't want a surplus or a deficit within more than 2%. Is that generally the case?
I would say that we don't plan for a surplus. We don't budget for a surplus. Correct. If the surplus was greater than 2%, we would, and we do this all the time. When we review our financial results, we look for areas that are trending to have a surplus, and then we bring forward changes into the budget process.
Perfect. Yeah, and that was going to be my final question, which is just knowing that I can't actually recall, and this is great news, but I can't recall a year in which we've actually had a deficit in the last, 6 or 7 years at least, which is good. I mean, I'd rather be in a surplus position than a deficit position. But there does come a point that if you're constantly hitting with a surplus, and again, the last 2 years are very unique, so it's a very hard to take into account these years. How is that influencing our 2023 to 2026 budget? Being that we've been fortunate to, I think, end with a surplus, I think, for now, the last, like I say, at least 6 years, every year.
So the last time we ran a deficit was, I believe, 2018, and it was a small deficit
Oh,
of
that's right, yes.
few $1 million.
Yeah.
The only other thing that I would point out is that for 2020 and 2021, because we've made these large COVID adjustments, while we are positioned for a surplus, had we not made those budget adjustments, you would actually be in a significant deficit position.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's part of, sorry, Mr. Cornwall, do you turn on your mic there?
Well, I just wanted to add, I've been in organizations that have really pushed for a 0.5% variance. And what happens when you do that is you get a lot of sort of end-year money spends, and there's a lot of push and drive in a negative way. And so I do like the fact that we're sort of within that 2% as opposed to trying to narrow in on a 0.5%, which leads to some bad decisions.
Yeah,
sometimes.
I like the approach too overall. I just wanted to make sure we've been thinking about all of that as we go forward, so that's helpful. I guess I do have a bit of time, and I see a nod ahead of the head. So I do want to ask a little bit more about the snow removal piece, because Councillor Rutherford's motion to do the pilot was only made on December 17th, so I'm a little caught off guard about the notion about, we didn't really take into account any of that additional work during last year's budget, during the 2021 year, really. And so I guess I just wanted to double check on that we wouldn't have really started spending any of that until, at the earliest, December 18th or 19th. But realistically, probably didn't start until beginning of the new year.
Yeah, okay. I thought we had spent some money in December. Gord, do you want to maybe talk about those numbers?
I'm sure there was some spend. I know we took a break for a few weeks to do the cold, so I just wanted to double check on that.
Councillor, we did initiate a residential blading at the beginning of December, and although the snowpack was not past the 5 centimeters in some areas, what we were trying to do was deal with the freezing rain in those areas. So we had initiated a snowpack basically to address safety concerns.
Yeah.
And we did the blading there. So we started with that, and then we carried on over the course of December once we got the direction from council to go to bare pavement. So we had accelerated work in December as well.
Yes, yeah, and like you say, the early December work, though, was not to pavements. Any of the communities that had that was more of the standard service, correct?
Correct, but it was more than we would have done in a normal December, given that, again, the snowpack was not in excess of 5 centimeters in some areas.
I see, okay. Yeah. That helps. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I should have been a little more clear. It wasn't solely the council decision in December as budget. It was also part of, some of the concerns we were hearing in early December.
Yes.
So it was a combination of those two.
Makes sense. Yeah. And just remind me, we've the last few years for snow removal as an overall, we've been setting aside a budget in the order of around 64 to 65. We haven't spent that much each year, but that's generally what we budget for. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's just right around the $60 million mark, and we've been on target for the last, I think, 3 years. I think in 17 we were about $20 million overspent, though.
Yeah. Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford.
Great. I have a lot of questions. My first one is really a process question as a new councillor, because I'm just trying to understand, this is coming forward now, but then we have the spring budget adjustment. So I'm wondering why this isn't in context of that discussion. Like, I just am literally, is this the standard process?
I would say it's the standard process. The critical decision, Councillor, in my opinion, is to get the carry forward approved so that we can go ahead and start moving that. But I'll just defer to see if Ms. Padbury wants to add anything.
Yeah, it is standard for us to close out the 2021 year and give you the balance of the FSR prior to moving into the supplementary budget.
Okay, perfect. That helps. Thank you. So as a new councillor, that's just a great clarity there. I do want to flag a few other things. I do have some questions about the snow and ice thing, but I think I'm actually going to save that for the April presentation, just in the sake of time. a couple things that I noticed, sort of a trend throughout this report, is the surplus on staffing is related to vacancy management. And I that kind of flagged for me because I know I've also heard many times that we're kind of concerned about capacity of administration and those kind of pieces. So if I could just get some insight into that vacancy management, and because that seems like a pretty significant surplus for related to vacancy management.
So maybe I'll start and then I'll let others jump in. In terms of personnel, what you see is a bit like the overall personnel surplus. It relates to multiple things. It's vacancy, it's lower than expected expenses because we had budgeted more for people being off sick in COVID than we actually incurred. So it's a combination of things, not just vacancy. And then on the vacancy piece is different throughout the organization. People will make different decisions on vacancy management, not knowing what the recovery was going to look like. And maybe I'll then just pass it over to my ELT colleagues if anyone has anything else to add.
Yeah, because it's definitely throughout the report in many sections, it talks about the positive surplus being related to vacancy management.
Nothing to add to what you've already said, Stacy. Thank you.
Okay, and
Councillor,
so
maybe I would just say we are intentionally at times holding vacancies to try and drive a bit of a surplus so that we have the financial flexibility. So as we're filling positions, we're very carefully asking, do we need to hire this now? Is the work critical? And if the answer to those things are yes, then we've been hiring, but we might hold off on hiring if we're uncertain about the timing of the work.
perfect. So my next question was related to the sick leave, and I noticed that again in the report, it mentions that there was an increase in long-term disability. And I know in that presentation, it was really kind of attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic, but when I see long-term disability, I'm starting to think about things that are beyond just, a COVID-19 sick leave, like I'm COVID positive, so I can't work kind of thing. Can you give me any indication of how much more significant uptick we're seeing in long-term disability in 2021?
I can answer that question, Councillor. So in 2019, there were 496 employees on LTD. In 2020, there were 492. In 2021, there were 536.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. And then my last question is kind of related to, not related to that one, it's around property tax defaults, and I saw that again, we have a positive surplus. By what I read, it sounds like because we're recouping more interest on property tax defaults, is that correct?
That is correct. So when the longer property tax is deferred by the owner, the more interest they pay. And so as deferrals go higher, or as people trend later in their payments, interest goes higher. And it depends, and I would just remind you that it's compared to what we had previously budgeted.
Yeah, I get that it's compared. I think when we talk about sort of that economic context, I did also see a big gender gap there as well. So I'm also cognizant of, the human side of these numbers. So that's what I wanted to flag there. And lastly, I was asked by several constituents about if there's a surplus in snow and ice, how come it's not put into in 1 year? I know the rollover this year, but in previous years, there's also been surplus in snow and ice, and why that money is not put into some sort of reserve or savings specifically for snow and ice use in higher snowfall years. Is that a practice that we have currently?
So our practice has not been to create a separate snow and ice reserve, but to manage snow and ice as a risk within the financial stabilization reserve. So determining the minimum and target balance of the financial stabilization reserve gives consideration to the variation that we see in snow and the risk associated with snow and ice control.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So we are 2 minutes away from 5. There are 3 people on board to ask questions. If there's only 3 people, I can request clerk, if possible, to extend the order of the day for 15 minutes. But if there's going to be more than 3, then we would call the day. Just kind of sense other council members have questions on this?
Yes, Councilor Rice here. I do have many questions.
Okay, then we will call the order of the day, and we will start on Wednesday at 9:30.